Уважаеми участници.
Participants, guests, thank you on behalf of New Direction Foundation, the Foundation for European Reform. Thank you for the fact that for the 6th year you managed to join us here in Sofia at the annual conference Western Balkans. For the 6th year, our foundation has been organizing this event in order to gather together politicians, activists from Europe and the region, so that we can discuss the challenges we are facing, so that the region joins the EU this year. Two of the vice presidents of New Directions are with us, Marko Ritter and Angel Jambaski. And this gives me an occasion to invite Mr. Jambaski to open officially the conference. Thank you, Mr. Tichev. Mr. Chernitsky, Deputy Chair of the European Parliament's 1419, Mr. Yordanov, Member of Parliament and Leader of Parliamentary Group, dear guests, participants from the European Conservatives and Reformists, and our friends from the region, from Croatia, Kosovo, Albania, Serbia, Macedonia. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so. Thank you. Bosnia, of course, sorry. Bosnia, sorry. I will make it up to you. You're welcome. I'm glad that you're finding the time to have this conversation for the 6th time in a row for the future of the Western Balkans. Without further ado, allow me to tell you what the motivation for this conference is and what are the results we expect from it. Undoubtedly, the Western Balkans, culturally and historically, belong to the European civilization. The question is how to make this happen politically. Undoubtedly, the Copenhagen criteria need to be observed. Without an exception, all of the candidate member states are striving to meet these criteria. There is a lot to ask for as regards the criteria observing the human rights and the rights to self-determination, and this is an obstacle for the Western Balkans to join the EU. And now is the time to urge the politicians in the two countries to not to stop the other countries, not to lose their time, because neither Kosovo, neither Montenegro need to lose political time because of the authorities in Belgrade and Skopje. We need to say this clearly. We have noticed attempts on some of my colleagues in the EU to go around the rules of the EU, to go around the obligations on meeting of major human rights, mainly rights to self-determination, and try to trade things, to delay. And for example, let's start the negotiations and we'll put off these things. I'm not going to disappoint you, but this will not happen, and the Republic of North Macedonia will start the negotiations, and Serbia will continue its negotiations once they meet fully without any attempts to circumvent the criteria, which we can claim to be the Copenhagen four main criteria. Each member state is meeting them in full, or was before it started the accession negotiations. Another important question is what EU the Western Balkans will join, because the European Union is undergoing transformation. Our political adversaries are trying to take it to another level that we don't know what will happen. Nobody had planned this. The political idea for the future of the EU is scandalous for us, unacceptable for us. From a union formulated closer to the goal for Europe of the countries, EU of free states, respecting their lawful interests, are finding a way to live together, finding a way to take advantage of the common market for their political and economic developments, and we are witnessing preparation for changing this union into something different. And this different thing, this political unification, is even not the thing we're criticizing, and what our friends from Hungary and Poland are criticizing as well, together with us. We see the idea of the EU changing drastically, and this is no longer the Union which was designed after the end of the Second World War. The idea for the EU to be turned into a sort of a pyramid led by European government in Brussels, which is not elected but appointed, headed by general secretaries. Probably you don't know what this word used to be. The Secretary General used to be the head of the central committees of the communist parties during the Cold War. And the Secretary General was the Secretary General of the Presidium of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Following the changes voted by the European Parliament last session, 2 weeks ago, what is proposed is the President of the Commission to be brought back to where it belongs, according to them, and this person will be called Secretary General. And this is ironic. And this shows what these people think the future of the EU will be. They imagine a pyramid-like structure which will be headed by Brussels and have different levels: internal, ring, periphery, and this periphery is us, Central and Eastern European nations, countries from the waiting room where they see the Western Balkans. That's why the initiative against which our friends from Kosovo and Albania are, the so-called Open Balkans, this is something like this: an attempt to redraw the idea of expansion, an attempt to rebuild the EU in a way which does not answer the interests of the nations and taxpayers of the EU. There would be people taking decisions, people who would implement the decisions taken in Brussels, and a union at which there would be people waiting forever. Western Balkans, Eastern Partnership, Black Sea Cooperation, all of these countries have envisaged such a plan, like half members of a half union. And what is proof of this is the misfortune called Schengen expansion. Today we're going to talk about the expansion of the Western Balkans, but there is one question, and this is the failure in the Schengen area. One of the major contracts of the EU, one of the motors of the EU, which is free movement, is the Schengen Treaty, thanks to which there is abolishment of customs checks, and members can quickly produce, trade among each other, and increase their welfare. This is the sense of the EU economically, the Schengen area. And if we take aside the propaganda with the banner of the rainbow, the Schengen area shows their failure because of their economic interests. Some countries manage to buy political time. They think of wrong arguments. They think of a country to present this. This is Austria, unfortunately for me. And Austria took the role of the political expressor of the interests of the economic circles of the Netherlands, largely Germany as well, and Austria said we don't want the Schengen area to be increased because we see illegal immigration coming, but there is no illegal migrant, or at least we don't know of an illegal migrant who has come to Austria and who has passed through Bulgaria or Romania. He should have been given a wrong map written long ago by a third grader, or somebody has passed them through a parachute. Illegal migrants who are in Austria don't pass through this route, so this is a wrong argument. Let's not mention that the authorities in countries like Austria and Germany bear the responsibility for the illegal migration, because I remind you, the former German Chancellor Merkel said the famous words, "Wir schaffen das," we're going to make it. However, it turned into "Wir schaffen das nicht," you're not going to make it. And now they're trying to transfer this here, and they're writing this on a common bill. And the countries from the Western Balkans, our allies, our friends, our historic friends, such as the nations of Kosovo, Albania, and Bosnia, which I forgot to mention in the beginning. And now we have deep roots, historic roots, and cultural and religious ties. These countries are paying the price of the political fight in Brussels. There is no political explanation why we are having the expansion in this way, or rather the lack of expansion. Why Montenegro, Serbia, Bosnia are not there? Where is the perspective for them? When are they going to solve this issue? When are they going to see the expansion, the enlargement? They're saying that we are at the border, and this means that the younger generation in Europe is the one from Kosovo, and they are forced to emigrate in order to look for a better life for simple reason, because they don't have visa liberalization. They don't have something which was promised to them, the visa liberalization for Kosovo. Why? Because of double standards, lack of skills and knowledge. I hope that in this conversation we discuss all of these important issues. I hope that we hear from the experience from the Warsaw Institute, from Budapest, people with tradition, family, conservative, patriotic thinking, like-minded friends. We have our own idea of the European Union, a well-ordered, regulated union founded on mutual respect, recognizing our mutual interest, not obstructing the other, not forcing a dictate, because in its powerlessness, the establishment is forcing hysterical ideologies like climate hysteria, and they continue to do this, although they see what the situation is. For example, the recession in Germany, for your information only, now the freight turnover in the Schengen area is lower than it used to be during the pandemic. The pandemic was a huge shock. There was supply chain disruptions. Trucks would stay at the borders. Shops were empty. Production facilities weren't working for lack of source material. But now the turnover of goods is lower statistically than during the pandemic. This means one thing alone: the economy is in recession. It's not working, and against this recession, the bureaucrats in Brussels are answering with more regulation, with more taxes, with tax on the air, tax on diesel, tax on the transport, which stagnates the economy. Something inexplicable. I hope that you have a fruitful discussion, as they say in Brussels. However, I hope that our discussion will be interesting. It's not often that we have in the same hall people who have the historical knowledge, not to be in the same hall, in the same place, but I hope that we have a good conversation which would help our friends from Bosnia and Kosovo and Albania and Serbia to help them be more convincing when talking with the Medusa Gorgona called Brussels administration, which imitates enlargement, while in fact only caring for their own existence. Now I'll give the floor to the chair of the parliamentary group of the ideologically and politically closer to the conservative family in Europe. There is such a people, Mr. Toshko Jordanov, and we'll open the conference.
Благодаря на всички. За мен е чест да бъда сред вас.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here at this lovely initiative, and I personally thank Mr. Jambaski. I guess you're not all interested in the domestic affairs in Bulgaria. We are a political party that have covered an interesting journey of development. We initially won the majority of votes, then we dropped out of parliament, then we returned. So we have a great potential, but this is not what matters. In Bulgaria and in Europe, we can see a very strange process of imposing the ideology of common sense. Those political concepts like conservatism, liberals, 100 years ago, they had another meaning. Perhaps the closest to conservatism is common sense, because this means freedom of economy. Common sense also means family. The family consists of a man and a woman. Also, sexual orientation is not an attribute. It's not an advantage. It's a personal choice. Imposing such views, on the one hand, is resentful to people in Bulgaria and the European Union, because it's against common sense. And the benefits from the membership in the European Union are much greater. Interestingly, common sense on the Balkans is higher than in other countries. Well, it could be because of historical, cultural reasons, but common sense is stronger and harder to manipulate, and this automatically makes us unwanted in the European Union as it is now. The Western Balkans, and in the Balkans in general, we have two issues. First of all, we haven't sorted out our own relations. We had very difficult history. We were instigated against each other by countries that are located far from the Balkans. And this is very convenient for bureaucrats in Brussels to find reasons against the membership of all nations from the Western Balkans. Bulgaria, for example, has issues with Schengen. We have met the criteria, but the Brussels bureaucrats do not respect this, and this is very demotivating for our nation. The situation is similar with the Western Balkans. The truth is that if we manage to cope with our own differences, and all the countries from the Western Balkans join the European Union, then the European Union will be very different. and it will have more weight. The common sense or conservatism is strong in countries that are former socialist countries. As a historian, I think this is because of our historical development. We have been through things that other countries have not been through them, and we have fought for our freedom during communism. France, Belgium, the UK, they look like socialist countries before the 80s, and forcing things on people is resented by people, and now with we're going to have elections in the European Union, and if we manage to explain how important the European elections are, I think we will have a different situation next year. So our party, there is such a people, logically will want to join the conservatives. And this is, again, because of common sense. Unfortunately, we have to start meeting the criteria again in the European Union, because not all countries, and actually those countries that drafted the criteria, they don't meet the criteria. And the Moldova and Ukraine had an advantage for joining the European Union. And before the war, Ukraine was deemed the most corrupt countries. Why Ukraine and Moldova have advantage over Serbia, North Macedonia, Bosnia, and Bulgaria and Romania, they are not let into Schengen because of illegal migration. This is not a valid argument, as Mr. Dzhambazki said. So this double standard and this blatant violation of the rules breeds Euroscepticism, and it's used by the bureaucrats in Brussels in order to condemn people in that part of the world. And I think our role in the election is to fight against the Euroscepticism by explaining that the more conservatives there are in the European Union, the better it will be, and we can protect the borders together and not blame each other. The Italian border, the Greek border, they're much less protected than the Bulgarian border. And because they're blaming Bulgaria, Romania is in the same position. So the Euro elections are very important, and it's our responsibility to convince our people how important the elections are, so that we can change things from within. Because when there is strong conservatism, and again, this is common sense, in the form of common sense in the European Union, we will all live better. I will never accept artificial ideologies imposed on me, because I've been through it. Most people from Eastern Europe have been through this, because ideology crushed normal human life, because ideology told us how to think and silenced us. And now there are people who may not be right, they may be wrong, but they should not be announced enemies. They should be persuaded. And freedom, if we compare the freedom of the media, well, we cannot accept that every a diverging opinion is considered criminal, and this is not democratic. You have to provide evidence to fight against your political opponents, but if you don't do this and you try to silence people, that's not the right way. Well, to conclude, thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope that every one of us in our own political party, family, country will try to overcome the skepticism that has accumulated here in the Western Balkans and try to explain their fellow citizens how important it is for the Western Balkan countries to become members of the European Union and to bring in more common sense and in this environment. Thank you, Mr. Yordanov. I welcome you and your political party in our conservative family. And actually, the ECR will be the third political party in the European Parliament. And this is the dread of our opponents. But let's start with the first panel discussion. I would like to invite the Deputy President of the European Parliament in the previous term of office, Mr. Czarnecki. He's the Deputy President of the European Parliament representing the ECR. He's much respected member. Also, Madam Milena Milutinova, who is a renowned journalist. We also will have online my good friend and Ladislav Ilčić, who is now at another event that's very important for Croatia. He represents Croatian sovereignists, and also Maciej Duberski, who is an expert in public diplomacy, a member of the Warsaw Institute, and he's a regular participant in our events. Teotu Vodo, who is former Deputy Minister of Justice, Associate Professor, University of Paris, and Slaven Raguš, who is an MP from the Hrvatska republikanska stranka. As the host of this conference, I'll start with Ladislav. Good morning, Ladislav.
Добре, надявам се.
Can you hear us, Ladislav, now? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Чудесно. Ще задам.
Great. I will ask my questions in Bulgarian out of respect for our audience, but I'll speak slowly. Ladislav, what is the process on the progress of the Western Balkan countries if compared to the standards of the European Union? What are the key challenges that those countries will meet in the process of accession?
Thank you,
Angel, for this question. First, I want to say that I'm
honored to be again at this really important conference and this specific period of time, geopolitically speaking, a very important period of time. And thank you, Angel, and your diligent team for organizing this important event, because it really has an impact on what is going on in Western Balkans. So yeah, I said it is an important period of time. It is not just about the war in Israel or war in Ukraine, but we have to say openly that the shape of European Union is not that good as it was before. So we have demographic problems in European Union. We have migration crisis. Our industry is not in that good shape as it was before because of the prices of energy and so on. So geopolitically speaking, since there is a competition, BRICS countries, it is not just traditional influence of Russia to some parts of Europe, but it is also stronger and stronger influence of Turkey, Saudi Arabia, China, and other countries. So, so we have, let's say, competition, and the interest of European Union is to enlarge. And actually, it is a good news for Western Balkans countries, but then there is a question of improvements, because European Union cannot afford to accept some countries which are not ready to accept. But just to show that what I said is true, I will mention the EU growth plan for the Western Balkans, with huge amount of money. So it's 6 billion euros, 2 billion in grants and 4 billion in loans, which was presented as a new hope for the region. So, of course, there is no accession dates in this plan, what some countries were not happy with. But I want to say that European Union really showed a goodwill to enlarge, and that is an possibility which Western Balkans countries have to consider seriously and have to use it. I have to say that there are improvements concerning measures against corruption in general, reform of public administration, reform of juridical system, and some others. But since I don't want to speak in general, I really don't support package arrangements for Western Balkans countries. I will say a few words on each country specifically, and since I'm the member of delegation of European Parliament for Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo, I will start with these two, and there are some other reasons. As a Croat, I will put Bosnia and Herzegovina on the first place. Yeah, so the new government are trying to do its best, and there are, as far as I know, there are 5 new laws concerning these 14 preconditional reforms. But in general, I have to say that 2 basic things have to be solved. First thing is equality among nations. So as long as we have Željko Komšić as a so-called representative of Croats, and so Bosnia and Herzegovina cannot enter the European Union. And this is not just my position, this is official position of my home country, Croatia. As long as this equality among nations is not established, as it is written in Dayton and Washington Agreement, Bosnia and Herzegovina cannot become a member of European Union. And then there is another thing, and that is the, this administration level in Bosnia and Herzegovina connected to corruption. I think that they have more than 150 ministers, something like this. I don't know how many deputies and so on. I think that they spend more than 70% of their budget on salaries for public administration, which is not acceptable. It's not that European Union will say, how much money you have to spend on these salaries, but these salaries and this high administration is always connected to corruption, and it is not possible to eradicate corruption with this level of administration. So some kind of reform of administrative structure of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think, has to be done. Without that, there will be really difficult to improve. But I think that Slaven Ragoš, who is member of the Bosnian parliament, Bosnian and Herzegovinian parliament, can say much more about that. Concerning Kosovo, Kosovo was for years a victim of this package report. So politicians in European Union, spoke about dialogue with Belgrade, but now, after these terrorist attacks in Banjska Monastery, I think that it was some kind of eye-opener for a lot of European politicians. We have quite good resolution on Serbia and Kosovo. I think that now it is clear that there is a strong connection between Serbia and North Kosovo constituencies, like Srpska Lista. So it is obvious that there is a strong connection between Serbian government, who, it seems so, wants to have instability there. So like they cannot admit Kosovo as an independent state, and they want to keep it unstable there. So their interest is not to have stable situation, not to have improvement, but vice versa. So, and it is not acceptable. So unfortunately, I have to say now that there is no possibility for any kind of autonomy, political autonomy of Serbs in Kosovo, because it would look like Republic of Srpska in Kosovo, which would mean a burden for European path for Kosovo. Of course, I would always advocate for some cultural autonomy, but political economy after this is very important. And I have to say that the role of European Union there was not good. I think firstly on Borrell, and who didn't even call it a terrorist attack, and that is a big problem for European Union, because there are some ideological burdens of some commissioners like Borrell, who cannot say the truth. So that is the problem, and I think that Kosovo made really several improvements as a part of stabilization and association process, and some reforms, but we have to help Kosovo to get rid of these package arrangements and to let's say have a free path to the European Union. Considering this, I already said the biggest problem with Serbia. I would say the biggest problem is that they want to sit on two chairs. On one hand, they would like to receive funds from European Union and give some promises to European Union that they will improve on their path to European Union. And on the other hand, they look to Russia, and their hearts are more there than in European Union. So they have to decide. It's up to them to decide. I think for the European Union, it would be important, and for people of Serbia, it would be important to decide about this European path. And we can of course argue about democratic process in Serbia, because it seems that they have really autocratic and repressive type of the government, and we shall see, of course, in 2 weeks when they have elections in Serbia. But what their citizens, Serbian citizens, think about this dilemma between European Union and Russia, we can see how many Serbians go to European Union to work there. So they don't go to Russia to work there. So I think that this is a good sign what they really think. But yes, they will have to decide and to decide on which path they want to go. And just shortly at the end about the other countries like Montenegro, which was a bright example of country that strongly works on Euro-Atlantic associations, becoming a member of NATO and so. But in the last few years, they have internal political problems. And I have to say that we are worried about it. Because we feel that there is a stronger and stronger influence of Russia there, pro-Serbian, pro-Russian orientation, led by also what I have to say, Serb Orthodox Church, what is really not good. And I hope that the new government will decide also to continue on European path. Concerning North Macedonia, yes, it seems like from 2005 when they, became get the candidate status until 2020 when the negotiations started, there was some kind of hidden behind some neighbors with, of course, problems with money and the budget, outdated heavy polluting industries, dependence on Russian fossil fuels, and like a lack of strength to make certain reforms in fighting against corruption and so on. But I will also mention that the same thing we have with Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have in North Macedonia. So concerning Bulgarian people living in North Macedonia, there has to be a just approach. We cannot, and of course, I understand that Bulgaria cannot support North Macedonia, ignoring this important problem. And finally, Albania, also have started negotiations in 2020 and making some serious improvements concerning rule of law and comprehensive justice reform to combat corruption and organized crimes, is making some serious moves of improvement. And I would say, I would mention also there are questions about their elections, if they were really just and good. And I will also mention one problem which is very important for Croatia, and this is plastic waste being dumped into Adriatic Sea, coming with south winds to Dubrovnik and our southern parts. So these things have to be solved. And finally, the last thing I would like to say is the one very important thing, and this is that all these countries are quite conservative and quite traditional concerning family values, and we need this in European Union. Now in European Union, all this, I will say crazy politics of the leftists concerning gender, concerning non-realistic green approach and so on, show bad results. Now, demographic problems are much because of the value system problem, and value systems which are prevailing in Western Balkans countries is something what we need in European Union. And I really fight hardly to stop any kind of soft pressure of certain lobbies like LGBT lobbies in the Western countries and in European Union to Western Balkan countries, because this is not an official request to improve European path. It is a soft pressure. We know in Croatia how it is, but you will have always my warm-hearted support in fighting to become you're members of the European Union, but with your value system, and you have the right to this value system. Thank you very much for your for the time you gave.
Thank you, Ladislav. Long story short, I can only say that I fully agree with you in a lot of matters you already said. Сега, преди да
Before we move on to the other participants, I'd like to welcome our friends from Moldova, Chisinau. Welcome, girls. Hello. And our group from Albania, Sufika Mariva. Thank you for the students. I don't see you with headsets. I hope you can understand me. We move on to Richard.
Well, there is a question for you. Is the EU committed to further enlargement? And how can it demonstrate this commitment to the region?
Dobar ден всички. Първо искам да благодаря за това, че ме покани.
A special conference in very special time and in very special country. Because Bulgaria has very long history, one of the longest history in the European Union nations, 1,300 years. I came from Brussels, capital city of Belgium. Belgium last year has celebrated 193 years of anniversary of started of Belgium state. Well, we can compare. And I remember that words of former Secretary of Defense of the United States, Donald Rumsfeld. He told about old Europe and new Europe. Old Europe, Germany, France, Netherlands, etc., and new Europe, that generally our region. Well, frankly speaking, new Europe is Belgium. Old Europe is Bulgaria, Poland, and many other countries. It's the first remark. Secondly, I'm sorry, Angel, but I cannot agree with your message 20 minutes ago. You told us that ECR group, our conservative and reformist group, will be the third political group in the European Parliament. Well, if we will create enlargement, we can be the second group in Parliament. I think our enlargement will be absolutely faster than Western Balkans country enlargement of European Union. Okay, I told that we are in special time. It's true. I have two questions to us. Question number one, what's the biggest challenge for EU27? The enlargement? Western Balkan enlargement? Absolutely no. Is the immigration, is the immigration policy of European Union? My second question, what is the biggest chance for EU? The answer is very clear. Enlargement. Because it's not the gift for Montenegro, Serbia, Northern Macedonia, Albania, and other countries. Is the win-win situation. We need new countries. We need enlargement because after Brexit, we are in really difficult political but also economic situation. Okay, we can discuss about Brexit was good or bad for UK. Frankly speaking, last report of International Monetary Fund, which was prepared with Goldman and Sachs, shows that for next 5 years, the economic growth of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will be faster than economic growth of Germany. But for me, For Angel, for us, is more important the situation of European Union after Brexit. Really, our position in international political scene is absolutely worse. Also, economic position. Do you remember the Lisbon strategy, official document, official position, official strategy of European Union? More than 20 years ago, European Union had the aim, had the goal that in 2010, European Union should have this same economic level as United States. Okay, we can now laughing, but it's the good point for our discussion. We need new countries, we need enlargement. It is not only gift for our potential partners, but it's also very good for our development, economic and political development. Frankly speaking, for now, the problem is that for biggest playmaker in European Union, like especially Germany, partly France, the enlargement, Western Balkans enlargement, is the ball in the political playground. And I remember 5 years ago, our official visit, the delegation, high-rank delegation, European Parliament in Belgrade, in Serbia, and we promised that this enlargement of our partners from Western Balkans will be the end of this decade, 2028, maybe 2029. And finally, the EU, but in the political practice, Western Europe postpone this time. Please remember the results of summits, EU Western Balkans summits during Slovenia presidency in 2021, November, in Bledcastle. Practically, our Western neighbors switch on red light for enlargement. Obviously, after Russian aggression against Ukraine, suddenly EU switch on green light. But I think that the problem is very big instrumentalization of this access. Few important, maybe not too big, but important countries. My final conclusion is that firstly, in Brussels, we should, maybe not the European Parliament, because understanding of the situation is absolutely bigger, but especially European Commission and European Council be more open for understanding problems and also the history of Western Balkans, because in my opinion, our you, not mine, not Angel, but you, biggest mistake is the arrogance to many countries, not only in Western Balkans, but also, for example, to some post-Soviet republic, for example, like Moldova. We should make faster this process because it's our EU interest, obviously common interest, but we should speak also about our EU 27 interest, not only the the gift for our partners. We are beneficiaries. We are beneficiaries, both sides. My country, Poland, is my last words, I promise you. Poland press and will press for enlargement, Western Balkans enlargement as soon as possible. But the problem is that now, especially Berlin, wants make in one box country like Ukraine and Georgia, for example, in the same box like Montenegro, Serbia, North Macedonia and Albania. It can be excuse for more slow this process. It's my and our fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. You mentioned Bled, if I remember correct, a number of wrong decisions concerning the Balkans were made in Bled back in times, especially during the Yugoslavia, but it's another fairy tale. Well, let's move further. И пак ще обърна на български, защото въпросът към Милена.
I will switch to Bulgarian. Madam Milutinova, I said that you are a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and member of Parliament, but you are much more renowned as a journalist working on Western Balkans, human rights. Why? Because when we applied for this club of the privileged called the European Union, we were told that about human rights, every little creature had its rights protected. But now we have a flagrant violation of human rights, and the bureaucracy in Brussels are trying to turn a blind eye to this. At the same time, human rights are really fundamental rights. And my question is how are the Western Balkan countries cooperating between themselves, and also what is the influence of some countries on the governments of other countries? And I'm talking about the interference of Belgrade in Kosovo, in Skopje also, and so please, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Jambaski. Indeed, human rights are a key issue, one of the main criteria that needs to be met for candidate countries. This is one of the Copenhagen criteria, which every country applying for the European Union has to meet. And it's not coincidental that in the negotiation framework of the Republic of North Macedonia, one of the preconditions is that the country has to include both Bulgarians and Croatians in the constitution of North Macedonia. Without this, Skopje cannot start negotiations for membership in the European Union. Well, it's thankfully this issue was recognized, was detected by the European Commission and institutions, and European will keep an eye on that from now on. Why am I saying that human rights are so important? Not only because it's one of the pillars of Europe, one of the principles upon which the European Union was built decades ago. This is human rights. And for me, as a journalist who has been working on those issues, and also former member of parliament, the period 2001-2005, I've always wondered how come that we are speaking about the fight for equality and human rights in the 21st century, so that large ethnic communities are equal to other ethnic communities in a country applying for membership in the European Union. This issue with human rights was acknowledged and described in detail by the ECRI committee with the Council of Europe, and there were a lot of examples of human rights violations in some of the countries, including North Macedonia. And I will mention only a few of those examples. This year we had an arson of the Bulgarian club in Bitola, and the perpetrator got away with a conditional sentence only, and there was not an adequate sentence. Before that, there was shooting against the Bulgarian club in Ohrid. There was the secretary of the club, Christian Pendikov, was beaten up, and the police car did not want to come. And then he was discharged from hospital with a number of fractures, broken jaw, and then the Bulgarian government aircraft had to go and pick him up. These are only some examples of drastic attacks against Bulgarians in North Macedonia and violations of human rights, and they were acknowledged by the ECRI committee, the Council of Europe, and it's also in the report of the European Commission that insists on including Bulgarians in the constitution as a precondition for starting negotiations. They also the report also talks about the fact that Skopje needs to comply with the agreements with Sofia and Athens, and the two protocols with Sofia. And those protocols contain all the requirements that North Macedonia needs to meet in order to continue with the negotiations. This includes the reinstation of victims of communism, opening of communist archives, the rewriting of textbooks in history based on historical facts, not on distorted information. And now we come to hate speech. For me, it was very perplexing, and not only for me, but for the whole of our society. And I can see Europe is also perplexed by the retroactive legislation that was adopted a year ago against the clubs of local Bulgarians. This was an amendment, retroactive amendment in the law of political parties and associations and NGOs, which said the following: out of 17,000 associations in the Republic of North Macedonia, it focused only on those two associations of Bulgarians, and they were registered in the central register. One had worked for 3 years, the other one for 1 year. And out of a sudden, some legal text, retroactive text, banned and wiped out those associations. And there are more examples. There were charges pressed against victims of crimes because the chair of the club, Lubcho-Gurgievsky, he had charges for instigating racial hate. And there was a quotation of Vanche Mikhailov, a historical figure, and the political figures in North Macedonia do not mind this political figure because the former prime minister inaugurated the statue of this person. But when the chair of of the Bulgarian club used a quotation from this same person, well, this was punishable. And there are many more examples, and it's not only me that speaks about those examples. Other media also cover this issue, and that's why I think that one of the big challenges for Western Balkan countries on their pathway to the European Union is respecting human rights. I don't know why. Perhaps some Western Balkan countries still live with their totalitarian past, or for some other reason, human rights human rights are still not respected. But I hope this will happen because we can see that the European Union wants the Western Balkans. Bulgaria, on its part, feels perhaps the Republic of North Macedonia closest to it for historical reasons. We were the first to recognize the country of the Republic of North Macedonia, and we paved the way for other countries to recognize this this state in 1991. And we would do our best to help the Republic of North Macedonia to meet the criteria, start negotiations, but not before it undertakes the reforms, and especially in the with regard to human rights. And because actually Mr. Dzhambazki asked about the cooperation between those countries in the Western Balkans, and I hope there is cooperation in the good steps towards meeting European criteria, not in the bad practices. Unfortunately, in the past month, we have seen one more instance of violation of human rights in Bosilegrad, in the Cultural and Information Center. This center was searched, and a book that was written by the former consul of Bulgaria in Niš, this book was seized, and the preface was written by one of the members of the European Parliament from the European People's Party, Andrei Kovachev, and he was even a member of the management of the Parliament in the previous term of office. And this book was seized, and the author was not admitted to the launch of the book on the 8th of November, and the chair of the club, Ivan Nikolov, he was prosecuted. He was prosecuted for instigating national hate and racial hate. There is preliminary proceedings against him, and we hope there will be no charges against him, because if he is charged, he may be deprived of liberty for a period of between 2 and 10 years. And I'm sorry for being so specific, so concrete, but as a journalist, I speak with facts, with data. And I think that this issue is a key challenge for some of the countries from the Western Balkans, those that I mentioned. The European Union will decide on each country based on their own merits and their own progress, on the way the way each country individually meets the criteria. And I very much hope that the Republic of North Macedonia will include Bulgarians in the constitutions as soon as possible, so they're not separated from Albania and they not waste time in the accession process. So this is what I can say. Thank you, Milena.
The picture you are describing is based on facts. It's a bit different than what our partners would like to see, and a different picture that should be there in countries which want to be members of the EU. It's all in their hands now. That's true. And if we take Kosovo as an example, I can see our friends from Kosovo. The legislation of Kosovo as regards protection of the rights of communities and minorities is at the world level. Probably there is no better legislation providing rights for the different minorities. And we have people in the whole who have Bulgarian origin. They are loyal citizens of Kosovo. We have the same example in Albania. Sofika Maleva is there, Bulgarian from Albania. Albania recognized Bulgarians and included them in their constitutional laws, and the state didn't perish. It still exists. And if you see at the geographic map and see our communities, western parts, Kosovo, Albania, and we shouldn't turn this into a local national conversation. And here we are talking about the Western Balkans and our friends from these countries who deserve to start negotiations to be members of the EU and not to be hostage of the stars of the past.
Tubinsky from the Warsaw Institute, you are very welcome here. Allow me to ask you such an important question. Let me find it first. Yes, it's here. How important is regional cooperation in the EU accession process, and what more can be done to enhance it?
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much for having me here today. As you mentioned, I do not come from the Balkans, so I will not speak on behalf of any Balkan countries, but I do come from Poland, which is a country that made its accession during the biggest enlargement process in history. And Poland is an active participant of many regional cooperation procedures, such Visegrad Group or Three Seas Initiative. So, of course, currently we are facing many problems with future enlargement of EU. It's been years since the Berlin process. It's been years since the last accession of Croatia. It's been years since Thessaloniki Summit in 2003. 20 years ago, we were promised that one day Western Balkan countries will become an integral part of European Union. But we are facing many problems in that regard. European Union faces many problems: financial crisis, migration, Brexit, pandemic. Now we are facing security issues from the East, right? Which is a huge threat not only for the Western Balkans, but also for the whole CE region, because as we know, in many post-Soviet countries, we still have Russian influence. Even somewhere in the grassroots, there are people who are striving for anti-EU agenda among our countries. Another threat is that we are facing Chinese influence, right? There is a threat of infrastructure investments in favor of geopolitical power given to Beijing. Same with loans for investment. There are many more examples like Turkey or even possibly Saudi Arabia. Some Western member states also fear that possible enlargement may bring to EU the leaders that will bring anti-EU agenda to the European Union Forum. In general, this current lack of accession is demobilizing society and the politicians, which leads to a well-known brain drain for young people that are going to study in European Union countries and then stay for work here. This is a huge issue as well. So in my opinion, here the EU should review the complicated accession procedures for the countries, as currently we are able to make the history in that regard. And we should take this historical step because history needs to be made here. Moreover, from EU perspective, the conflict on the east, the Russian invasion on Ukraine, proved that Western Balkans are a geopolitically important region. This re-energized the debate on enlargement, which I'm really happy about. Of course, it was mentioned before, we have a growth plan for Western Balkans, 2 billion of grants, 4 billion of loans. Of course, the money from European Union are the money for reforms, especially European Union institutions put a stress on rule of law. It's not only the case of the Western Balkan countries that are planning to access, it's also the case of current member states, as we are having disputes between Budapest and Brussels, Warsaw and Brussels, right? So regarding this strategic position of Western Balkans, this is important to have them in EU to reduce the possibility of geopolitical influence from Russia and China. Of course, there are many profits coming from the possible accession of Western Balkan countries. We have stability, we have security, access to new markets, transport routes, railways, pipelines, especially coming from the region of the Black Sea. And as I mentioned, as we look at the European map and European Union map, this region of Western Balkans cannot be left blank here. We need it for strategic issues. We both need Western Balkans and Western Balkans need European Union access. This is win-win situation. Of course, the membership is working as a political glue. I know the procedures are pretty slow now regarding the enlargement, but we have to remember that not always the procedures were that slow. Let's give an example of Cyprus in 2004, which was the country of political dispute regarding its control of territory. It wasn't 100% control of territory, and the membership was granted anyway, right? Additionally, Western Balkans are important for US and NATO, as this is strategic security point. And it's not official, but usually NATO membership is the preview of joining the EU later on, and I hope it will happen for Western Balkan countries. In question, we mentioned the regional cooperation. So here I can see 2 ways of regional cooperation. First of all, as I'm from Poland, we are in Visegrad Group, which shares many values with Western Balkan countries. And the Visegrad Group is for the enlargement, right? Additionally, we will have, as a Poland, our presidency in European Union Council in 2025. And our plan, which was confirmed by the President, is to strive for this enlargement, both for Western Balkans and Ukraine. Additionally, we have a 3Cs initiative in our region, which is strategically important for accelerating the economies, not only for the participating countries, but the initiative can be used as a possibility for the Balkans to cooperate on infrastructure, energy digitization, which will lead to being closer and closer to enlargement among European Union. And just to conclude, of course, we need closer cooperation in the region. We need this cohesion. We need this exchange of knowledge and integration between Balkans and the rest of CE, 3Cs initiative and Balkans. Of course, as I mentioned, war gave an opportunity to review those formalized procedures regarding enlargement, but the lack of progress in this matter may even lead to some reluctance, even some separatist tendencies. I hope if it will get longer and longer, I hope there will not be a domino effect. So if one country will not be granted the membership, the other will not be granted as well. I hope it will work fine. So therefore, the priority both for countries of Western Balkans, the Central European Union countries, and the European Union as an institution, the main priority should be to move forward with this enlargement for Western Balkans, which will bring only profits to our region, especially in the tough times that are coming for the whole Europe. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, Maciej. Now, last but not least, of course, Tiuta Vodu. Vodu, yes, former Deputy Minister of Justice and university professor. So, Mrs. Vodu, how are the rule of law and governance reform being addressed in the Western Balkans, and what the key areas are still that still require attention?
Thank you very much for having me here. First of all, I'm very glad to be here in Sofia today, especially because I do believe that the relatively new member states, since we cannot call Bulgaria or Romania anymore new member states, but anyway, the key countries which have a very fresh memory of the accession process should take the lead. So this is why I am very glad to see the initiatives, especially from Bulgaria and Romania. And because we are discussing, and we will have on Monday the vote on the Schengen area for the two countries, it's important for the Balkan countries, for the Western Balkans, to see how the new member states, relatively new, are treated. So we do know that technically all the criteria are being fulfilled, and still we do see that there is a lot of skepticism and hesitation from the Netherlands and from Austria. So, and this is a big concern for the Western Balkan countries, because it shows that despite the fact that the rule of law is and should be definitely uncompromised, still it is considered as a very flawed concept and very difficult to define on how to accomplish it. So if we have to respond to which would be the key areas which there should be no compromise, no matter if we'll have the day after the post-Lisbon Treaty, of course it is the rule of law. It goes without saying that the fundamental rights are that one chapter which there should be no compromise or no post-accession agreements. So from my point of view, the fact that still today the EU insists very much on these key reforms, especially with the Western Balkans, it means that still it is one of the three main pillars of the EU. Now, to look a little bit more in practical terms, of course, each enlargement round, we have seen that it has changed the EU. So not only the EU has brought the change to the candidate countries, but the other way around. We saw it since the first enlargement, and then with the Eastern Bloc, and so on. And we would have a new treaty, and this is why there has been a lot of discussion on a post-Lisbon treaty as well. So it's important to see a new methodology and to reflect on the fact if it is still possible to welcome the new member states with the Lisbon Treaty. Since the countries from the Balkans, they have a lot of concerns related especially to the legacies of the past still, unfortunately. It's one of the key areas which we should recognize, the transitional justice, and in terms of organized crime and corruption, these are countries which are still struggling a lot. So, of course, the EU has a very important political message to send every time that it will give the green light to a new country. So, and this is the main concern. The Western Balkans, from one side, they need to show that they are very much in favor and politically very willing to change the system and to go towards a more transparent system. And on the other side, there is a need from the EU to show that it can keep the promises. So, and this is where the big vicious circle comes in, the scenario, because it is indeed, we have seen it in practice how these countries have been stuck in for a long time and still are. I'll give you the example of Albania and North Macedonia, which for a long time were waiting only for the green light to open the chapters, let alone to start negotiating and closing them. On the other side, we see North Macedonia, which changed the name, or Albania going through a very in-depth justice reform. All this showed very much the willingness that there was this the people's especially willingness towards the European family. And I'm very glad, Mr. Jamanski, that you mentioned very well that there is no doubt that the the Balkans, the 11 countries, they belong to the EU civilization. And the matter is mainly the methodology, and to have some more in thorough analysis and brainstorming on the methodology, since we do see that there have been a lot of double standards which have been applied. And I am hopeful that there will be, first of all, the green light for Romania and Bulgaria, finally for the Schengen area. And I do hope that there will be a more speed-up process for the Balkan countries, since if the position of the EU would be to say to the Balkan countries, you guys, you first become democratic and then we will welcome you, well, it will never happen, and we all know it. So there is this need to actually walk in parallel steps. So the message today that I would very much like to be embraced, especially by those who will give the green light for the further steps towards the EU, is to actually respond very vividly and to boost the process towards the EU, since this may be quite risky, especially as we have seen it with all the external pressure from other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Volu, for this statement and literally good conclusion of this first panel. Now we end this panel. Dear guests, you will have opportunity to have Q&A session during the coffee break in the next room. So enjoy, you have 15 minutes and we'll start in 11:55 sharp. Take a break, уважаеми, отиваме за кафе и цигари.
So we now will have a coffee break. You can have
Ќе се уклучат после? Okay. Dear guests, I think we can begin the second panel. Thank you very much for joining us at the second panel at the Western Balkans Summit 2023 in Sofia, where we will address the topics of security, migration, and foreign interference. And I'm very glad to have with me several distinguished guests today. I'm Elena Mangova, Europe Regional Advisor and International Republican Institute. And here with us today are Mr. Marko Milanovic-Litra, Member of Parliament from Croatian Conservative Party and Vice President of New Direction. Croatian Sovereignist Party. Yes, thank you. Alexander Arabajic, President and co-creator of Academy of European Careers based in Warsaw. Mr. Richard Turchani, Program Director for Central East European Institute for Asian Studies, who will join us remotely. Mr. Ruslan Stefanov, Director of the Economic Program at the Center for Study of Democracy from Sofia, Bulgaria, and Mr. Stefan Vladisavljevic, Program Coordinator at the Foundation BFPE for Responsible Society, who will also join us remotely from Belgrade, and Mr. Neno Dimov, former Minister of Environment and Waters, founder of the Conservative Institute in Bulgaria. Nearly 1 million people are projected to leave the Western Balkan countries in the next decades. They are motivated for this because of corruption, weak institutions, and political uncertainty and political polarization. The governments in the region are working their way towards European integration. We heard even in the previous panel there is noted investment in reforms, in laws, but also measures to strengthen institutions and prepare them for European Union. However, this process is troubled by fatigue in the European Union and among European member states, but also by the lack of the distrust in the capacity in the will of the countries and domestic governments to reform. So in reality, these governments do lack and have a need of support to increase their capacities to reform. At the same time, the Balkan Barometer of Public Opinion 2023 notes a worrisome 71% of young people of the Western Balkan countries that consider moving abroad. As these young people migrate to the West, the Western Balkan countries are losing its human capital, but also this is a significant portion of its pro-European populace. At the same time, the European Union countries are the main beneficiaries of these migration flows. They get healthcare workers, construction workers, transport workers, and other needed labor force. So in such context, the scope and the impact of foreign malign influence, which undermines the reforms for Europeanization of the region, are an important topic we should be looking at. And the strongest forces in this context are the Russian and the Chinese actors. But I will begin the panel with Mr. Milanovic-Litra. Your political engagement is largely dedicated to the idea of fostering responsible governance, that it should go hand in hand with supporting national identity, culture, and traditions. What are your views about how these migration trends impact cultural identity, but also security in the Western Balkans?
Thank you, Lina. First of all, I would like to thank Angel for arranging this summit again. I was here 2 years ago, and I would like to thank his team for doing everything that is humanly possible to get everything in order here. As you said, I consider myself a national conservative. I understand the benefits of cooperation, and I think it should be on a national level, not on the federal level of the European Union. To start in the terms of migrations, as we all know, the Western Balkans countries are quite known for their migration primarily for work and going outside of their own countries to find a better solution for their everyday lives. During my grandfather, he used to work in Germany, but he was the only one in the family that went to Germany to work. He would always come back to Croatia in order to spend time with his family. Right now we have problems where whole families are leaving in order to pursue a better life. And there's one really interesting thing that's going on, or that was going on during the times of my grandfather. My father at the time, in his class in primary school, out of 30 classmates, I believe 28 of them were born in the 9th month, because he would always the fathers would come back to Croatia during Christmas time, during the holidays. And migration had a big impact, but most of the migration that we did was legal. We have to understand the differences between legal and illegal migrations, because the European Union at this current point seems to forget the difference. We had the Marrakesh Agreement, which is a big problem, where they try to blur these lines between legal and illegal migration. In the sense of the Western Balkans, we know the situation that was done in 2015, or the situation that was the result, and we have that surge again with illegal migrants coming through the Western Balkans route. We see a suspension of the Schengen area. Croatia joined the Schengen area at the beginning of the year, and we can say that it's not functional anymore. Slovenia closed their borders towards Croatia because of illegal migrants that are coming through Bosnia and Herzegovina. The route that was taken through Serbia towards Hungary closed their borders. They didn't want illegal migrants running around their country without any checks or balances, or just to know who is in their country. And the biggest influence that that closure of the border between Hungary and Serbia was an influx of illegal migrants into Bosnia and Herzegovina. And from Bosnia and Herzegovina, the quickest route to their destination countries is through Croatia. So Croatia is a transit nation for most of them. Their goal is Germany, Sweden, or Finland, or Ireland, or some of the other countries which have much more welfare check system in place for illegal and legal migrants. And coming back to that, we see a quite, I would say, terrible situation that we have in terms of the European Union governing these processes, because we all know that the reason why illegal migration is on such high level from outside of the European countries is because of the policies that Grandma Merkel tried to impose on other countries through the European Union. And Merkel, who in 2010 said that multiculturalism is dead, in 2015, we saw those thoughts, because the influx of illegal migrants at that time was terrible. And now we have situations where in this year, in parts of Croatia, which is the quickest route to Slovenia, is in fact raised by 210% in terms of last year's illegal migrants. We also have problem with NGOs who are de facto becoming human traffickers. They're waiting for the illegal migrants on the borders and escorting them into Croatia or into the European Union. So we have to question, what does the Schengen mean today, and does it have a purpose? Because we see the borders are closing between Poland and Germany, between Slovenia and Croatia, between Croatia and Hungary. And our accession to the Schengen area seems to be fruitless. It seems to disappear. In the sense of security, of course, we have to understand that illegal migrations. First and foremost, we don't know who's coming into our countries. There is no check at the border. There is no insurance that these people are not terrorists. I believe that most of them are not. But if we let through 3 terrorists and they do 3 terrorist attacks in Europe, I would say that's a problem. And in the long run, the situation that we're seeing in terms of policies, I would say that from my perspective, legal migration is much more dangerous for cultural cohesion, for national identity. We can see the effects of it in Sweden. We can see the effects of it in the Netherlands with the last elections, even in Ireland now. So obviously, and I think that these were the words of Swedish Prime Minister Andersson in 2020, I believe, that integration in Sweden has failed. The country that is most prominent in terms of rights, in terms of migration, that country has failed. If we look at United Kingdom, and the effects that legal migration had on their social network or their institutions. There have been studies in which I believe it was, I might be wrong on the years, but I believe it was from 95 to 2011, where 159 billion pounds were taken out of the system. And they did not have, so in other words, they did not produce, it was not an economical thing, because most of the people that, the so-called progressives that are for migration, and they usually come up with economical situations like, oh, they're working for us, they're making our lives better. We have the fact that this is not true. They do not produce more than they take, because most of them are staying at home, they are doing nothing and taking advantage of the welfare state that is currently in place. It's the same in Sweden now. We have a government that is quite strong on migrations, and we have our partners from the Swedish Democrats who are from the ECR party, who are trying to push the narrative and trying to implement rules in order to stop legal migration if they do not produce enough, if there is no benefits for that national country. I don't want to go on too long. We can talk about a lot of the problems that I see with illegal and legal migration, but in a sense, to summarize the problems with migration, the European Union, the bureaucrats on the highest level, they implemented these rules, and now because of these rules they are closing down borders from national states, and it's an obvious I would say viewpoint that these policies are not derived from common sense, but are in some way trying to implement a new ideology or trying to disrupt the cohesion between national states and the people that live in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dimov, I'll turn it to you now. As in the similar direction, if the European Union wants this strong and safe Europe, it cannot keep the Western Balkans wait too long in the waiting room. So in a way, for the European Union countries to protect their borders and their security, they need to protect the Western Balkans. What do you think is being done and should be done to increase security in the Western Balkans and to counter the negative effects of migration?
Благодаря. На практика...
Thank you. Well, if there is a vulnerable place in Europe, it's natural that all external attack will go through this vulnerable part, the least protected part of Europe. And of course, if the Western Balkans are not part of the European Union, this is where the most serious attacks will be. Migration is one of the key issues for the security of Europe. But for me, there are two lines of threat, two main lines of threat. The first is the threat of migration, the threat of Russia, China, Islam fundamentalism, and so on. For me, this is the small threat. The big threat is Europe. Europe, liberal, green, socialist threat. There's no empire that was conquered by the barbarian unless it was in a serious crisis. No civilization could disappear unless it broke out the roots that created it. And that's why when we discussed in the first panel about the accession of the Western Balkans, we said that they belong to this civilization, but we have to answer first the question, what civilization that we are part of? Is this the European civilization or not? My answer is no, it's not the European civilization. I'll try to prove it, and demonstrating that this is not the European civilization, I'll try to show that going through the EPP, going through the Greens, the Socialists, who of those people, in the name of an idea, they are destroying the European civilization. What are the fundamentals of this civilization? First, the ancient Greek notion of democracy. There's no other civilization that has a similar understanding. No, none. Does Europe have at the moment democratic governance? No. We are moving away from it. Let's recall that this idea of the European Union was questioned at 3 referenda, France and the Netherlands and Ireland. All 3 countries voted against. Democracy means the right of the sovereign, the people, to rule. But the European politicians, they circumvented the referenda. They did not adopt an European constitution, but they adopted the Lisbon Treaty, which substituted the constitution, and it created that European Union that was rejected at the referenda. This is not democracy. This is circumventing. Well, in the last 4 terms of office of the European Union, the Parliament of the European Union were they characterized by democracy. The polarized left and rights, they ruled together against their voters. Is that democracy? To offer various things at the elections and then create a screen or just a facade that is very clear and understandable, including with its attitude to the Western Balkans. The second fundament, this is the Roman law. And we're talking about the rule of law all the time, and I have to explain here with a clear message to the European conservatives and reformers. If you're playing a football game on the field of the pitch of your opponent, you will lose. So you have to act in the most true way. At the beginning was the word. We have in the Gospels, the Gospel of John. And we are actually playing with the enemy, and the enemy is trying to ban the freedom of thought. And without thought, there's no human. So can we call them opponents? Was Stalin an opponent or Hitler? We had to fight against them in order to win back our lives. Let's go back to Roman law. We are talking about rule of law. All the examples given by Milena were related to the rule of law. Does North Macedonia have the right to close down the Bulgarian clubs, communities? Yes, it voted for a law. This is the rule of law, but this is the rule of law of legislation, but not the rule of what is right to do. And all political prisoners were killed because the law was complied with. But Roman law, what is right is not the legislation, was at the heart of European civilization. What is fair, the law is not always fair. Christianity, this is the next fundament. What was rejected by the Lisbon Treaty and the potential constitution with the votes of the so-called conservatives from the EPP under the pressure of liberals, socialists and Greens. So what other Europe than Christian? Well, we can see what Europe we're talking about. The Chancellor of Germany said to all illegal migrants, welcome, you're welcome, which meant I will not follow the law. And if the Chancellor of Germany says, welcome to all illegal migrants, well, what does this message mean for everybody else? Well, do not follow the law, do not respect the law. Well, of course, the law should be respected only by some people, and this is the big racism against heterosexuals, poor Christians, those who want to be parents to make their living in a decent way. Human rights, well, is that a fundament of our civilization? The truth is that the fundament is individual freedom. Again, it does not exist in other civilizations. The right of law, the right of life and freedom is the only human right that is inherent human right, and it's a privilege that you have to work for, make efforts, and anything you can see in the list of human rights of the UN, it's actually, these are also privileges. And the right of life means something else, that nobody is entitled to take away your life, and that we have to do, but it does not mean that we have to do our best to maintain other people's life. No, this is in the ideology of the Greens. The only right we have is not to take away this life.
The Renaissance and capitalism are the other two pillars which are being denied, especially the capitalism. Let's recognize that during the Belle Epoque, Europe gave birth to a system which made the world a rich place. Today we're talking about how nice the pre-industrial era was. Several days ago, in connection with COP28, there was a Norwegian or Swedish institute studying the ice caps and saying what kind of air people used to breathe 200,000 years ago. And I was thinking, of course, this was an interpretation of the journalist, but I thought, I wonder how it was clear what kind of air people in London used to breathe, or in Sofia, studying the ice pieces. Imagine London 200 years ago, warmed up in solid fuel with firewood, without chimneys, throwing away the dead flesh on the street and with feces on the street. This was the pre-industrial era. Capitalism does what is possible today. We have the welfare and the well-being because of capitalism. Green policy is only one of the lines for crushing Europe economically. The European Union as a foundation was came with the freedom of movement of people, capital. People cannot move freely. Macron forbid free movement. Banks make us feel declarations all the time. They're going to deny payment in cash. the motto of the EU was united in diversity. Where do you see diversity? Why did they why did they tell the Greeks not to break plates, something which was a tradition of theirs? Why do they more want a mold? Because diversity is a conservative value. I will repeat what Toshko gave me as an idea about conservatism, common sense. Common sense tells us that we're different, and this is the valuable thing. The other thing is to be robots, and there is no sense in that. Cutting the roots of civilization and ruining our foundations that we have lived because of, we are losing our moral advantage, irrespective of how strong economically a union is. If it loses its moral advantage that we used to have for 200 years, it will lose everything. So we should fight for the moral supremacy of Europe, not to be ashamed of it, and to go back to the foundations our civilization was built upon. The Western Balkans are an integral part of this. The other part of the Balkans are also an undoubted part of this, and France, Germany, and other countries also have a contribution. Thank you.
In the European integration process is also continuously now important for the European Union countries to demonstrate strong rule of law and human rights also in their own yards. But we also have on this panel, we should turn to the topic of foreign malign influences, and we have experts here specifically on Russia and China. They work in different routes, through different routes. Russian malign interference in particular takes advantage of the weaknesses and shortcomings of political institutions and corrupt political actors, thus destabilizing internal security and distancing these countries from the European and NATO integration. On the other hand, China's strategy is focused on investing in large infrastructure projects financed with corrosive capital and non-transparent concessional loans extended at damaging high interest rates. Mr. Arabajic, first I will turn to the topic of Russia and foreign malign influence. So the conflict has long troubled the Western Balkan countries, damaging the and backsliding lives of numerous generations. So preserving inter-ethnic relations, preserving peace and continuously investing in security is always needed. Ensuring NATO membership has been key for Montenegro, North Macedonia, Albania, and previously Croatia from the region. But the war in Ukraine has again shaken the sense of security. What are all the implications of the Russian aggression in Ukraine for the Western Balkans?
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. It's a pleasure for me to be on this conference. I want to thank organizers, Warsaw Institute for invitation, EDIN, and of course, last but not least, New Direction Foundation. Yes, today I'm as a representative of one of countries which is stalwart ally in NATO. It's Poland, which is also a hub for military and humanitarian supply for Republic of Ukraine, which is bravely fighting with the Russian aggression. And it's the shield and sword of the West at the moment. War in Ukraine is at the now we have 23rd, end of the year. I was preparing some another papers for my students. I thought, okay, I will see what's going on in ChatGPT. I have written there war in Ukraine. Okay, it started to download some information, and there was information that, sorry, ChatGPT at the moment is downloading information only till January 2022. let's see, one of the newest things which we use for education, for work, it's artificial intelligence. We are happy that there is knowledge in our society, in civilization, but even this is the moment when the world have changed. The aggression, Russian aggression on Ukraine, 24th of February 2022, made this part of Europe, center-eastern part of Europe, one of the most fragile places in the world. It's the same problem in the world as the Middle East at the moment, the Indochina region, and that's also very important for the security of whole security architecture in the region, are also Western Balkans. I can use this maybe small antique thing, Achilles heel of the security architecture of the region. And that's why it's important that both European Union and NATO, because at the moment, remember that NATO is not only a military alliance. When you read about NATO, it's most important, it's mainly a political and military alliance founded on values, Western values, Roman law, Greek philosophy, and Judeo-Christian values. That's why we have to be strong together. And it's important that Western Balkans, countries of Western Balkans, which are not in NATO, and in the European Union, because of their heritage of being part of truly European culture and history, have to join the European Union and NATO. But on the other hand, we have to show that the Western countries, also Poland as one of the leaders of the region, should show the road to European Union, to NATO, because at the moment it looks like that everybody wants, okay, Serbia, let's go, let's be in the European Union, it's very nice, but it's only small talks, there are no concretes. But on the other hand, as I told before, NATO is, for example, for me it's the most important thing, because I'm from a country which is on a border with a big invasion and war, is built on political and military alliance. That's why also Western Balkans country should, for example, know that there is rule of law, that we are a bigger family, united in diversity, but on the other hand, as I told, Judeo-Christian values, which founded Europe. Also to say. Okay, I think at the moment it will be everything.
Thank you.
Maybe we can talk also after the meeting with the floor.
Thank you very much. We have also another expert on Russian malign influence. Mr. Ruslan Stefanov has worked on this topic for a very long time. You have significantly researched Kremlin strategic interventions and work in the Western Balkans countries and how it's hindering anti-corruption efforts, institutional strengthening, and economic progress. It has been talked about, Russian malign influence has been talked about for over a decade now. Where do we stand now? Have the countries become more resilient, or has the war in Ukraine weakened any progress achieved so far?
Thanks, Elena, and thanks to the new director and the direction, and to Angel Jambaski for the invite. I've been at this forum at all of its editions, and I think Sofia is the right place to do that. Actually, we should probably talk about the whole Balkans and the Black Sea, maybe, because as far as I can see from here, this is the new direction of geo-economic and geopolitical weight that the EU will try to show. Let me start first with two quotes from great policymakers, great politicians. And of course, I could see that reminded me Margaret Thatcher first, who was recently requoted about her views about Mr. Putin. And so that we're very clear about what the biggest existential threat to Europe and the EU is. And she said, these guys still, and this is the embodiment, Mr. Putin is the embodiment of that, still don't get our ideas, our conservative ideas about liberty and human rights, and that it's the individual that matters. And she said this on the occasion of how Russia treated in royal Soviet stupidity the crisis with a sunken submarine. Europe very often, in its complacency, in its internal bickering, forgets that. But it's important to remember Thatcher's words. The second thing that is important to remember as we commemorate the work of the great Henry Kissinger, some consider him a war criminal, of course, but nevertheless he seems to be a great mind, and he passed away just this week on 100, who said, in Europe, Germany is too big for Europe, but it is too small for the world. So what Russia and China are suggesting that Europe does, which is go back to internally bickering small member states, is going to be the death of each and every one of us. We will have then, we've seen this back in the 20s of the 20th century. That means we will be at the mercy of regional powers like Russia and Turkey. And God forbid we don't have a strong independent Ukraine between us or somebody between us and those regional powers. Now, I think this is extremely important when we have to consider this brave new world of geopolitics, and we have to consider the role of Russia and how China silently but firmly underlines, what Russia does in Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is a decisive test, and we have a rerun of a sort, because it happened in 2014, remember? There was Crimea and Eastern Donbass. And what did we do then? We shuddered for a week. We said, okay, oh my God, that's worrying. And I said, okay, well, they're Russians, they speak Russian, let's forget about it. Business as usual, let's do business with Russia. This is more important. And we let it go. You remember that, right? This was the same here. When the bombs started falling, the Bulgarian public opinion, which is overwhelmingly pro-Russian, and which is the same also in Serbia, in North Macedonia, in Montenegro, in many cases, here much more, Slovakia, Austria, it immediately knew who the aggressor is and what it means for the smaller countries, including us. But then it went business as usual, because politicians forgot that. And now we're in the same predicament. We're much better prepared. I mean, if you look at and I urge you to look at those publications of the New Direction, Europe and member states did a lot, including in the Western Balkans, to prepare for what Russia is doing, including in Ukraine. On Democracy Action Plan, for the first time, Europe talks about democracy in such an assertive way. Rule of law, for the first time. Disinformation, foreign influence, for the first time. Common defense, a long, time favorite topic, but still for the first time we have a common fund for defense, and there are new proposals for that. So all of this is happening also in nation states. But what I can see now, looking at the sanctions enforcement and actually the sanctions evasion is that we're going into the same complacency that we did previously. And business goes as usual, all across Europe, including in this country. Everybody thinks it's somebody else's job. It's somebody else's job to deal with this most important existential threat for Europe. And if we forget and sell out, as Timothy Snyder said, sell out the Ukrainians, that's going to be disastrous for our geopolitical prospects. And we will fail to grasp a historic opportunity to get the Western Balkans free in the EU. Now, allow me a few words about the Western Balkans itself, because we've been working together also with you and other partners in the Western Balkans on good governance and rule of law, because this is fundamental. The way Russia and China actually penetrate our societies, particularly in Western Balkans, and in particular in this country and in Europe. You look at Austria, you look at Hungary, you look even at, you look at Germany, you look at Spain, has been state capture, networks of oligarchic patronage. This makes us weak because it concentrates power, because it dilutes democracy and makes it very easy to conquer. That's why rule of law is paramount. That's why democracy allows the peaceful change of leadership, which is not what we have in Russia, which is not what we have in China, but is what we have in Europe. In this country, we were saying we had, Mr. Borisov ruled as dictator for 16 years. Well, he's not there anymore. There's a new prime minister, which is not the case in many of the Western Balkans countries. I mean, let's look at the example of Mr. Vučić. Let's look before that at the example of Montenegro, but it already changed. Let's look at Albania. Let's remember North Macedonia and their previous leader, who is now in Hungary, in exile. That's not rule of law, for Christ's sake. It's fundamentally flawed. And I would argue, for the best sake of the Western Balkans, not for the sake of getting into the EU, because it's a political process and we might as well get in, just like Bulgaria and Romania did get in. They weren't ready, that was clear. They weren't ready precisely on the rule of law, not on the economy. We were much further ahead in the economy and much further ahead in democracy and transparency in the Western Balkans than now, unlike what President Vučić has to claim. That's not true. Just like Croatia was. And we did a lot of sacrifices on many fronts, to do that. And I'm not seeing the same readiness in the Western Balkans in terms of rule of law readiness. And we could help there. I think it's precisely Sofia that could help there. Recently, one of our political leaders says we're the Disneyland of anti-corruption measures. We know everything. We've tried it and we've failed it. But the thing is, the last time we actually tried to do something was 2011, when the precautionary clause of the EU mechanism for the Bulgaria ended. And ever since then, we've been doing just window dressing for that. And the reason we have to focus on that is that because it's good for our prosperity, for the prosperity of our societies, citizens, business. It's good for business that that there are no patronage oligarchic networks that somehow win in a different way than on the field of the market. That there are no patronage oligarchic networks that somehow win elections in a different way, Because I think what happened in the Netherlands, for example, with Mr. Geert Wilders coming top, is precisely what European democracy is about. That honest, aggressive debate is rewarded by free and fair elections by the citizens. And we should not forget, again, let me go back to the beginning, I'm finishing with that. we should not forget what is the single most important threat to our democracy now, and that's Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have to win this. Unless we win it, all of the internal wrangling and discussions will not matter for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stefanov. You closed with a very positive message about the need for Bulgaria to be a stronger supporter and driver of the Euro integration process of the Western Balkan countries, such as in many regards are seen Croatia, Slovenia, and the Visegrad countries. We also have on the panel two speakers who are joining online, and Russia experts. Good to see you. Mr. Richard Turchani, I hope I said it right. You're also an expert on China strategy and involvement in the Western Balkans region, and China has a strong economic footprint in some of the countries in the Western Balkans, but not in all of them. Recently, you worked on a public opinion research on perceptions of China and other foreign actors in Serbia. Can you please share more about those findings?
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I'm sorry I cannot be there physically. Actually, I'm traveling to Taiwan tomorrow early morning, so I couldn't squeeze this trip before. So my expertise is more specifically on China's relations with Central Eastern Europe as a whole, which also includes Western Balkans. As you mentioned, I did a public opinion survey in Serbia, and also I published a paper in Eastern Journal of European Studies with colleagues in which we discussed how China's role in Western Balkans in a way communicates or impact the EU integration of the region. So I'll try to make some broader points from these perspectives, and I understand that Stefan, the next speaker, he will probably talk more about more concrete issues which are happening within Western Balkans, within individual countries, because obviously, the situation is different in each of these countries. The countries are different. I will kind of do some more general statements, but in a way, perhaps those statements are most applicable to Serbia and Montenegro, which are also the two cases which we included in our paper, and also Serbia, which was our case for the public opinion survey. So to begin with main points, I would say maybe one of my main points would be already in the title of this panel, there is the mention about the interference. And especially when it comes to China, I would often suggest that we are cautious with how we perceive China's role, because talking about interference, it sounds like China is unwelcome in the region. But whether we like it or not, China's presence and its influence has been actually welcomed by the many regimes, by the politicians, by the leaders of these countries. So obviously, we may say that that these leaders make maybe sometimes bad decisions. It doesn't really change the situation that the leadership of many of the Western Balkan countries have been in favor of growing role of China in the region. And so I think we need to keep this in mind, not to kind of not see China as a problem, but to be able to discuss how to deal with the issue. And so to move on, what is the root issue? I think, and it was suggested by previous speakers who are better experts in these issues than I am. But it seems that the process of EU integration of Western Balkans has stalled, and EU often prefers stability of the region ahead of democratic reforms. As a result, there is no clear, credible path to the membership of the countries of the region. Although everyone remains formally committed to it, in reality, it's not so clear and probably not so credible that that would happen or when that would happen. Another issue is, of course, and that was mentioned by previous speakers, that the democratic standards of at least some of the countries of the regions are probably not up to the EU standards, what the EU would require. Specifically, we're talking about often oligarchic structures which control politics, economy of the countries. Now, the EU requires changes to these systems before the full accession, but obviously, this goes against interests of those oligarchic structures and often the regimes of these countries. In turn, China doesn't require changes to these systems. Quite opposite. China is willing to engage in partnership, in collaboration with the regimes, and in a way, it strengthens their role. And so, for the politicians in these positions, then they would be often in favor of dealing with China. Because on one hand, they would have misgivings about the EU, about the slow process, lack of credible path to the membership, not even mentioning the sometimes very problematic views of the US and NATO, such as in case of Serbia. And these politicians and regimes would use China as a signal to make a point to the West that they have alternatives. Now, I don't think that China is a real alternative for the region. It is questionable. Obviously, China's economic role, influence has increased, but China is still very far geographically. China's economy recently has run into troubles. Its outward investments, global investments, has significantly decreased. It remains questionable how this process will continue. China's loans, which has been a preferred way to engage countries, especially in Global South, but also Western Balkans, has significantly decreased. And so, yes, China is a major trading partner, mainly because of the imports from China in the region. China obviously is manufacturing powerhouse for the entire planet. But then the Western Balkan countries do not really export that much to China, and their economic future is naturally more linked to the immediate neighbors and to, well, Central Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, with which it could create some sort of value chains. Now, to some extent, China can invest in these countries. It can create some economic activity, but I think it's highly questionable and doubtful that China could become a leading economic partner. So that's why I really think that for many of the regimes in the region, they use China as a signal that they have alternatives. But again, it's not perhaps a realistic and full-fledged alternative. So to sum up my argument, China is not the reason why the EU integration of the region has stalled. But on the other hand, China's presence in the region has some further negative impact on that EU integration process. For instance, because, environmental problems with environmental laws, opening of coal power plants, as I already mentioned, strengthening of the oligarchic, non-democratic structures, issues with rule of law, corruption, that issue, which is an issue in Montenegro, in Serbia. So there are these implications from China's presence. And here I'm coming also to the public opinion survey, which is another aspect where you see the impact of this signaling on the part of Western Balkan elite, especially in Serbia. Now, when we did our survey in Serbia 2-3 years ago, the results were in a way astonishing and starkly different from the rest of Europe, because it was found that Serbians, the general public, is more favorable towards China than towards the Western Europe, towards it trusts China more than the EU. And then obviously, if we have a public sentiment and general sentiment in a country like this, then it opens a question whether such a country is really on the path to the EU membership. Now, so to conclude with 2 points, I think when dealing with China's presence in Western Balkans and its negative implications, we need to separate two issues. One would be the negative aspects of China's presence, but this is a short-term issue in a way, immediate issue, which has its own negative impact. However, there is the long-term issue, and that's the issue, how credible future prospects for the Western Balkans and the EU has. And in a way, that's the competition between the EU offer and then the offer of China. And again, to some extent, that applies to kind of how beneficial such an offer would be for the countries. But also we need to take into account political economy and the regime structures in these countries, where, as I mentioned, China may often be the preferred partner. I'll finish here. I'm looking forward to discussion if there are any points.
Mr. Vladislavlev, you have researched and spoken extensively on China's strategy involvement in the Western Balkans, and you recently wrote a position paper for IRI, Facilitating Kleptocracy, the Consequences of China's Corrosive Capital in Serbia. So, in that paper, you conclude that while there has been some positive economic progress for Serbia based as a result of this collaboration, you also conclude that ultimately it has been corrosive and has boosted kleptocracy in the country. You further provide several policy recommendations that this government or next governments can implement to amend this status quo. Can you speak more about what should specifically be done in Serbia, but also on China's economic involvement in the region and the impact it has on the countries and the people?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and it's been a pleasure to listen to the previous speakers. I have to say that being actually from the Western Balkans gives a certain perspective on the issues that have been discussed, but I can shed a light on a couple of issues that have been raised and of course talk a little bit about the paper that has been published in July of this year. First of all, regarding the Chinese presence in the Western Balkans, and this has been touched upon a little bit, there is no template that can be used to look at the Chinese presence in the whole Western Balkan 6. You have Kosovo as an actor that doesn't have any diplomatic or official relationship with China, and although there is some limited economic impact, it is not really something that has been seen as relevant in the wider scheme of things when it comes to the Chinese regional interference in the economic sense. Countries like Albania and North Macedonia, although do have Chinese presence up to a certain point, can be best described as the countries with a very limited impact, and it is something that is also to be seen through the perspective of dedication to the European integration of those countries, either proclaimed or the real one, but having in mind that those countries are also part of the NATO alliance, it is more likely for them to align with the transatlantic partners than with China, both in economic and in a political spectrum. Then you have the very interesting case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, in which, although with all things considered, people think that the Republika Srpska has much better relationship with China than Federation of Bosnia, it's actually quite non-discriminatory approach of Beijing to the cooperation with Bosnia, with infrastructural projects and cooperation being developed with both sides, with both entities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. If there is one country that flies a little bit under the radar when it comes to the Chinese presence in the region, it has to be Bosnia. I have to say that needs to be Bosnia. With Montenegro, things have been best described as ups and downs with the cooperation with China. But to highlight the point that was previously made, what happened in Montenegro happened on the premise of demand-driven cooperation. So it's not that anyone from Beijing came to Podgorica and said that you have to build this highway. It's that Chinese were asked by the previous government in Montenegro to fulfill a decades-long dream of Montenegro to have a highway that will connect the seaside and the border of Serbia, or to be more precise, north and south of the country. The debt issue that they have encountered has been unprecedented in the region, but with the approach that has been taken by the, at that time, Minister of Finance, Milo Spajic, who is now appointed as a Prime Minister, Montenegrins have managed to mitigate the issues of the loans. What has been interesting development is that they have actually continued to develop cooperation with China. And with the arrival of the new ambassador, you have a completely new and more proactive approach with the Chinese in Podgorica, and of course the rest of Montenegro. So you cannot say that some bad experiences from the recent past have furthered the distance between two countries. And then, of course, you come to Serbia, and Serbia is actually a poster child of Chinese influence, not only in the Western Balkans, but in the whole Southeastern Europe. It can be up to a certain point compared with Hungary, but having in mind the developments and that Hungary, although with its own issues internally, it still has a little bit of the checks and balances coming from the European Union, which are limiting developments, facilitating Hungary-Sino partnership. While in Serbia, pretty much everything goes and everything flies. Whatever Serbian government wants to develop with the Chinese partners, it is very easily put into the realization. And what has been seen over the past 2 years is that China has become a #1 investor in Serbia when it comes to the provision of the FDIs. So there is no individual country that invests more than China. When you combine EU's 27, you come to the number, for example, in 2022, you come to the number of 1.44 billion, while Chinese have only in 2022 invested 1.37 billion euros, which brings China almost to the level of the European Union when it comes to the level of foreign direct investment. And when you have a government in Serbia, like we have current government and probably the main part of the next government as well, you have a government that puts economic development as a first and the highest value of their governing system, which means that everything is second to the economic growth, to the attraction of the foreign direct investment, and to the general sentiment about the well-being of the Serbian economy that has been pushed by the Serbian government. And that is where we come to the topic of kleptocracy, and that is where we come to the topic of rosy capital. First and foremost, when it comes to the kleptocracy, the most evident example is the promotion of China as fully beneficial and positive partner for Serbia. Basically, you're disregarding any type of the negative aspects that have been imminent or that can come down the road out of the cooperation with China, because in the short term, Chinese companies have facilitated opening of the new workplaces. They have saved a couple of old industrial complexes, and with push by the Serbian government, have participated heavily in the infrastructural development based on the loan agreements. And that is another aspect of the kleptocratic practices, is that we still do not have that public discourse that clearly divides foreign direct investments and the loan agreements between two countries. When it comes to the corrosive capital aspect of that, corrosive capital, and this is something that has to be really highlighted. There is no a capital that is corrosive in its immediate sense. So you have to have combination of the willingness of the government to facilitate the corrosive capital, and you have the aspect of the country coming with a certain goals and objectives in your country. Which means that if there is a Chinese capital coming in Serbia, which is fostering transparency rules, competition practices, standard procedures, nurtures the rule of law, goes in line with the standards and procedures that are Serbia agreed as a candidate country to the European Union, then you cannot call the Chinese capital corrosive. But if you have a capital that lacks transparency, that disregards the market rules, that at some point affects in different ways environmental standards in Serbia, then you have to call it corrosive capital. And then the question is, why a candidate country, European Union candidate country, develops such type of cooperation with China? Well, the first answer goes very much in line with what has been said previously regarding the trust in the European Union. But I have to add one thing. It's not China as China that has been, a reason why the country has become so popular. There is a dominant sense of anti-Western narratives in Serbia. And that void of trust towards Western partners have for years and years been fulfilled by Russia. And Russia has been an unprecedented partner when it comes to the popularity among Serbian people. With the outbreak of the Russian aggression, with the new wave of the Russian aggression in 2022, even Serbian government figured out that it's not really a smart move to promote partnership with Russia up to highest levels that has been reached previously. So that is where China stepped in. China has become now more and more present in the narratives pushed by the Serbian relevant stakeholders. And the position paper that you have referred to also mentions the fact that there is a certain type of consensus among both ruling parties and the opposition parties that based on the popularity of China is not really an actor that you should attack or that you should criticize. Another reason behind it is that there is really no competences within the Serbian society to understand the Chinese presence and all of the aspects of the Chinese presence, both on the national, regional, and the global level. But one thing that can be solved, and this goes in line with the corrosive capital aspects, for example, each and every contract that Chinese, and this is pretty much a template in other countries as well, but when you have a country that pushes national interests, it is how you can sell it to the Serbians. Each and every contract, for example, in case of any disputes, contract for the infrastructural projects, so loans, in case of any disputes, so if there is a deadline that has been breached, if the quality of the work is not sufficient, if there is any crime or corruption connected, any type of the dispute needs to be resolved in front of the Chinese courts. So what is the Serbian interest in all of that, except to get the highway or the motorway or the bridge in the end? The second issue and the second problem is that Serbia has connected itself with the Chinese through the loan agreements to the 2040. I'm going back to the political parties. So basically, if Serbia doesn't sign any more agreements ever again, we will still have to repay the existing ones up to 2040, which means that if you want to become a ruling party in the next 15 years, you will have to deal with the Chinese. You will have to cooperate with them, if nothing else, in repaying them an existing debt. And to bring it to the closure, what has been mentioned by the previous speakers, so I didn't really want to repeat it, but it is very important to highlight it. Western Balkans lacks developed democratic processes and institutions. And of course, that there is no ideal system throughout the European Union as well, but it is on the higher level. We can all agree that it is on a higher level than the Western Balkans. So Western Balkans is in dire need of democratization and rebuilding or strengthening of institutions. I'm mentioning this both in a process of the dedication to the European enlargement enlargement process. So it goes both ways, both from the Western Balkans and both from the European Union. But it also goes in the line of creating a more resilient societies to the negative, malign, or corrosive aspects of the foreign interferences, however we want to call it. My message, and I will end here. We are not capable of doing this alone. We need help in creating more democratic institutions. We need help in creating more resilient institutions. And we know that we are not easy partners, but without the partnership and dedicated partnership from the other side, we can get only worse. There is no expectation that we will become more democratic if there is no more involvement from the transatlantic partners, both European Union and the Western Balkans. So if we are in the middle stage that facilitates democracy for the sake of peace and then disregards democracy, the only message that I can send and that I can push is that the next step needs to be a dedicated approach to democratization. And down the line, so in the decades or a couple of decades, we can hope for a more trustworthy democratic institutions throughout the region, which will be more resilient to the negative aspects of the foreign interferences. Either we are talking about Russian ones or Chinese ones or whoever comes third. And I will stop here.
You and the other speakers spoke about the problems facing the Western Balkans from aspect of security and migration, but also how they affect the European Union. The problems are multiple, and they are exacerbated when they are undermined through the influences of foreign malign actors. The ultimate and most consensual ambition of the people of the Western Balkans, despite maybe some differences in percentages, is membership in the European Union. And these countries do naturally and geographically belong to Europe. It is in the interest of Europe and the Western Balkans to have a strong and stable Europe and Western Balkans. So thank you very much for all the speakers today, for sharing your expertise and sharing your messages and recommendations. We started a bit late and we went well into the lunch. So thank you again, and I invite you to the lunch now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
thank you.
Уважаеми гости, уважаеми зрители.
Distinguished guests, distinguished viewers, after this enjoyable lunch break, we'll continue our conference with the third panel discussion, which is on media freedom and pluralism in the Western Balkan countries. As we all know, all Western Balkan countries, despite of the progress in their negotiation process, have more or less the same issues with freedom of media and pluralism. The challenges are similar, and in some countries, the freedom of media is impacted by government interference. Also, ownership arrangements affect the sustainability and undermines democratic systems, the rule of law, and creates an environment conducive to misinformation, which can undermine the EU integration process. The moderator will be Madam Julia Krill, who is the CEO of the B&K agency. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you, dear guests, for joining me on this panel discussion. And I hope you all had a very lovely lunch, and it's nice to see you today. So today, to talk about media freedom and pluralism in the Western Balkans, among our guests we have Andrei Slabakov, member of the European Parliament from Bulgaria, who is joining us remotely. We have Dominika Kosic, a journalist and European correspondent of Telewizja Polska. We have Jure Gudeli, journalist and editor at Dnevnik Bulgaria, who is joining us remotely. And we have Maria Tsvetkova, journalist, former member of the National Assembly of Bulgaria, member of the Executive Committee of the Bulgarian delegation. And we have Ladislav Apostolov, journalist of Truth News and TV presenter at Bulgaria 24. And we have Natalia Bayram, lawyer, activist, and member of the Stop Media Ban organization. So thank you so much again for joining us. And to start our conversation, we will start with Mr. Slabakov, who is joining us online. So, dear Mr. Slabakov, to start the discussion, could you share some thoughts about how do you perceive the current state of media freedom in the Western Balkan regions?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry for my outfit. It's -4 degrees here, but it seems very cold. Media freedom is something that there's an ongoing discussion about at the European Parliament. There are a lot of issues in the Western Balkans, and they're largely political, mainly related to North Macedonia, where anti-Bulgarianness is an official state policy, and also in Serbia. Those two countries always have those issues. And whenever they have some issues, they say that Bulgaria is a fascist state, and they say horrible things about Bulgaria. So there is an issue with media freedom, not only in the Western Balkans, but across Europe. The latest thing I heard from Serbia was that they could not recognize the Bulgarian minority because Bulgaria does not recognize the Serbian minority. But there is no Serbian minority in Bulgaria. If you look at the territories from Bulgaria that were detached from Bulgaria and given to Serbia, you will understand that there is Bulgarian minority in Serbia. And the same is true of North Macedonia. And this all happened in 1946, if I'm not mistaken. So this is not media freedom. Those countries, they use the anti-Bulgarian rhetoric for their own political interests. We live in a very malicious and malign environment of disinformation, fake news, and propaganda. Perhaps this is one of the darkest periods in human history because we are flooded by lies. I'm one of the rapporteurs of a report talking about the dark periods in our history, in the history of Europe, and the main rapporteur is a Cypriot communist. And again, we talk about media freedom and historical facts. And he tried to say that the crimes committed by the nationalist, socialist, fascist regime in the name of communist idea have to be condemned. And I told him that when we talk about ideas, we should remove the word regime or add the word communist regime. And he said that Marxism is studied at universities and it's a kind of philosophy. And I told him that if Hitler Germany had won, you would all have had to study Mein Kampf, and communists would have been banned. So this is a distortion of facts. There's an atrocious manipulation, I think. I will give you an example with the Netherlands, Holland, which is called the Netherlands now. And I will give an example of a conversation. What is the Netherlands famous for? Well, prostitution, drugs, black market of human organs, pedophiles, and illegal trafficking of migrants from different countries, because there are some hubs there that provide money for all this. Also in Austria, Germany, and France. From those territories, there are financial flows. And if those flows are disrupted, there will be no more illegal migrations, because Bulgarians and Romanians are kind of subcontractors that can only traffic a few people from one point to another. But what did I not tell you in this about in this manipulation? What I mentioned about the Netherlands is true to a large extent, but I didn't tell you that they are great seafarers, great artists, football players, and I didn't tell you about Erasmus of Rotterdam. So when I tell you just the semi-truth, well, this semi-truth turns into a lie. And this is a big problem for the media. They just take over an idea and they think they've told the truth. But the facts cannot be interpreted. News should be objective, unbiased, and not interpretative. And this is the big issue with the freedom of speech. Another big issue is the abuse of the freedom of speech. Anyone who says something, no matter what it is, I think should bear responsibility for what they have said. Sometimes there are words that can really lead to criminal liability because they can spread panic and fear. So this is the definition of terrorism. And I will finish off with a quote, and I think you are aware of it. This is from one of the Gospels. Don't look at the straw in your brother's eye, but look at the beam in your own eye. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Slovakov. In your speech, in your introduction, you've mentioned that media is now subject to a lot of political interference, political influence, the disinformation and misinterpretation. And so I would like to address the journalists here on the panel first to talk a little bit about which challenges you're facing as a journalist working in the Western Balkans, working between being correspondents between EU and the region, and so how, from your experience, you're being treated as a journalist. So we can start with Dominika.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dominika Czosic. I am correspondent of Polish Public Television. I'm based in Brussels since 2005, but before I was covering Balkans issues. I'm also half Serbian, so I know this region very well. I'm very happy to be in Sofia, by the way. Let me start from something different. Very general question. How do we understand freedom of media? What means freedom of media? It is freedom to express our opinion, our comments, and to report a situation without any pressure from different factors. But freedom in media doesn't exist without pluralism. And it is very important. I know that it is obvious, but it is especially important now. And instead of complaining how big problems are with freedom of media and pluralism of media in Western Balkans, let me complain about Western Europe, because sometimes there is a tradition, there is a way of behavior that some Western politicians are looking on the Western Balkans like second category of the citizens, that we are better because we are from Western Europe and we have moral right to teach you something because we are upgrading to comparing with you. This freedom of media in Western Europe is not much better than in Western Balkans. There are some examples from recent years. I guess that you remember what happened in New Year's Eve in Germany in 2015, but it was massive. It was many situations when women were raped or harassed by Muslim migrants. And in German media, over a few weeks, it was completely silence about this. German media didn't report about those events because they didn't want to provoke people in Germany. It was sort of censorship. And it was forbidden to talk openly in media, German media, about this. And later on, after a few months in Germany, journalists told openly, yes, we received some orders to not speak loudly about this problem because it might provoke some anti-Muslim, anti-migrant behaviors. So it was a very clear example of censorship in Western media. And now there are another cases where, for example, very important for the future of Europe topic, it is changes of European treaties. When you read Western media, like for example, German, Belgian, French, you don't see information about this. Or very, very small examples, maybe some media like Euroactiv, Politico, but in mainstream of Germany, France, and Belgium, there is a lack of information about this, one of the most important topics for all European Union. In contrary to Poland, because in Poland we are focusing on this very much, maybe sometimes too much, but in Poland you can read about this. The same about Green Revolution, Fit for 55, and also negative consequences of this. In Western media there is another silence because the owners of media don't want to talk about this, and the journalists have to listen. So instead of teaching Western Balkans, sometimes Western European countries should teach themselves. It is my first remark. And of course, when you compare the situation of the freedom of media, of freedom of journalists, there is a recent report of Helsinki Human Rights Foundation, and they mentioned not only countries from Eastern Europe, of Western Balkans like Albania, Serbia, Northern Macedonia, but also France, Italy, Germany, Poland, Belgium as a country in which there is a problem with freedom of media and the freedom of journalists. In many countries, journalists were targets of attacks during manifestation, not only from the side of the people who were manifesting, like in the France, in Paris during Yellow Jacket manifestation, but also policemen, because French policemen were observing situation and they were also attacking journalists, even if they were, if they had the information there from press. So it was many cases, and it is in the recent report for the last year of Helsinki Foundation, but it is not only one situation. So my general remark is that we have in Europe problem with freedom of media. We have the problem with censorship, but it is not only specification of Western Balkans. I know the situation, of course, in Western Balkans, in Serbia especially, in Northern Macedonia, in Croatia, and of course there are information that there is problem with pluralism. But I will give you an example from my own country, from Poland, because in Poland, TV, we have three biggest TV stations. One it is public television, I'm working in this, and two others are private television. And two of those private television used to always support Donald Tusk party. It doesn't matter is he in government or he's in the opposition, they are consequently supporting Donald Tusk. And the public television is usually calling state television because usually it's supporting government. And during the last 8 years in Poland we had a situation that two of the biggest television, private television, they were critical towards government and only public television was supporting government. So you had like 60% towards 30 views. So it was pluralism. In contrary to the situation which was before 2015, where all Polish biggest television were supporting government of Donald Tusk. But because the Polish government, who we probably now leave, because we had election few weeks ago, it was lots of complaints that in Poland there is no freedom of media, there is censorship, there is a problem with independence of media. But in contrary, it was the biggest pluralism in the last 10 years, I remember, because as I mentioned, two biggest television were very critical towards government and only one was supporting. Now, the future government party of Donald Tusk would like to solve the problem with public media in Poland. They even promised that they will close public television, they want to close public radio, they want to close the public press agency. It is one of the options. Second is that they would like to fire all board, but also all leading journalists and replace them by the journalists they like. So you have a real example of freedom in media and independence of media, that we will fire journalists we don't like and we will replace them with the journalists who are supporting us. I'm saying about this because it shows also how this problem is looking like in countries which are already belonging to the European Union, like Poland, but also very similar situation is in France, in Belgium. So when we used to complain on countries who are waiting to become member of the European Union, we used to complain also on the countries who are already member of the European Union. And sometimes I'm joking that if all current EU member states should fulfill criteria for the new member states, the European Union would be like from 2 or 3 countries belonging. So maybe I'm not very optimistic, sorry for this. Maybe it is not political correctness, sorry as well for this, but that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dominika. Maria, would you like to share your experience about the challenges that media is facing in the region and in the EU?
Media freedom is a powerful weapon of democracy, but it needs to be used in the right way, because otherwise we are risking to have the media be carrier of hate speech. And unfortunately, we're seeing this in some of the Western Balkan countries like the Republic of North Macedonia, where unfortunately we are seeing a ferocious anti-Bulgarian propaganda through the media. Unfortunately, this is not something incidental. This is not some exception. This is something which is happening on a daily basis. The government of the Republic of North Macedonia is having this anti-Bulgarian policy through the media. It is drawing divisive lines between the Republic of North Macedonia and Bulgaria. And what's more, it instigates hatred. Unfortunately, this hatred is focused at the citizens of the Republic of North Macedonia who self-identify as Bulgarians, who don't hide their Bulgarian roots, and explicit Bulgarian self-consciousness. Media freedom, therefore, in my opinion, is something quite different. It could be a powerful tool for democracy, but also could be a conduit of hate speech. That's why I'm going to give you a few examples. Let me start by saying what happened at schools in North Macedonia, because this process starts in the schools. The textbooks say that Bulgarians are fascists, occupiers, Tartars. These qualifications are regularly used by Macedonian media. And what can a child do in North Macedonia? The children are being brought up in this line of thinking. What they hear at school, they hear from the media, and this is how there is hatred instigated against Bulgarians, against Macedonian, against Bulgarian Macedonians and Bulgarian politicians. In the beginning of this conference, in the first panel, Mirana Milutinova, the journalist, gave few bright examples. I'm going to repeat some of them because they are emblematic, and the more we talk about this, the greater example for media freedom we would have in the Western Balkans. In the beginning of this year, Christian Pendikov from Ohrid. Ohrid is the previous Bulgarian capital that is today on the territory of the Republic of North Macedonia. So Christian from Ohrid was beaten up severely. He had a broken jaw, broken ribs, because of his explicit Bulgarian self-consciousness. But what was the reaction of the media in the same day? At the Macedonian media, we saw an attack against Bulgaria. This was an occasion for yet another hate speech against Bulgarians in the Macedonian media. And instead of dealing with the perpetrator of this crime, the media started attacking Bulgaria. Even they tried, the media from Skopje tried to say that he was involved in crimes and lies and manipulations. And this is not the freedom of media we can expect the way it should be. I'll give you another example. After the day he was attacked, there were pictures in the Macedonian media, pictures with Angel Jambaski, the Bulgarian MEP, who is hosting this very useful conference for the European future of the Western Balkans. And what did the media say? Because Angel Jambaski is a pronounced defender of the Bulgarian Macedonians, they posted pictures of Christian Pendikov with Angel Jambaski with shocking titles, according to the Macedonian media. Because Christian Pendikov took picture with Angel Jambaski, this what he deserved was much more than he got. He should have been beaten up even more. Another example was the arson that Milena Milutinova gave. The arson of the Bulgarian Cultural Club in Bitolia. Last summer it was lit up. It was put on fire, and he got a suspended sentence. And after he was released, he was made a hero from the Macedonian media, even when he put the Bulgarian club on fire, because this was a Bulgarian club, and the media at the time made a hero out of him. After he was released, he participated in a podcast in which he said that he was very happy and was very proud that he put the Bulgarian club in Bitolia on fire. And this was in the news, in the Macedonian media. Another example, third half film. It is clear evidence of anti-Bulgarian propaganda. It's full of lies, falsifying the history. Bulgarians are called fascist occupiers. This film was funded in 2012 through several million euro by the government of the Republic of North Macedonia. At that time, it wasn't North Macedonia, it was just Republic of Macedonia, and the Prime Minister, Nicolae Gruevski, at the time, visited the shooting ground, and he said to the media that this project is a project of national interest and importance. And we are reaching the conclusion that, in fact, the government in the Republic of North Macedonia is holding this anti-Bulgarian policy, and that's why it's using the Macedonian media. It's holding this anti-Bulgarian hate speech and attack against Bulgaria through the media. The media are dependent on the government, they're dependent on their owners. And the owners of most media in North Macedonia are Serbian. Probably this comes as no surprise to anybody. Another example I could give is about a journalist who is instigating hatred, Milenko Nedeljkovski, and he became famous because several years ago he broke a memorial of a Bulgarian hero. He's a journalist and determines public opinion in the Republic of North Macedonia. And after all these examples, what we have to do is to we don't want North Macedonia not to start the negotiation process to the EU, but this could happen. This wouldn't happen under the current conditions. It could happen only if they reform their education system and only if they stop using the media for hate speech and for anti-Bulgarian propaganda the way they do now. I'd like to give examples about another state from the Western Balkans. This is Serbia. I'm going to use the example by Milena Milutinova. The first panel about human rights is very closely related to what we are talking about now, because they have to do with the media, the public opinion which is formed by the media, and we're talking about the media freedom and pluralism, something missing in the Republic of North Macedonia when we are talking about attacks against Bulgarians or Bulgarian organizations. The media are not there. The media are missing when there are attacks against Bulgarians. We see the same text as if coordinated from higher above. Truth, unfortunately, is missing. But let me go back to the example with the Republic of Serbia. Very recently, on the 8th of November, I participated I was a witness in a situation. The author of a book which was dedicated on the fate of the Bulgarian minority in Serbia, Edvin Sugarev, was detained on the border. We traveled together. We were detained by the Serbian border. We were searched, frisked, and after humiliatory waiting for 2 hours, we were returned to Bulgaria. We weren't admitted in North Macedonia in order to go to this important historic day to visit our compatriots from the western parts and for the presentation of this book. At the same time, at the Cultural Information Center of Bulgaria in Bosilegrad, there was Serbian police who seized tens of books from the same author. This book, which had to be presented in the evening, these books were seized by the Serbian police. However, nobody mentioned this in the Serbian media. There was media blackout. Another thing I would like to add about the Serbian media is that a Bulgarian minority in Serbia has the right to its own newspaper. There is one newspaper, it's called the New Fraternity, but it needs to be Bulgarian, but it's not. In practice, they have the right of the Bulgarian minority to have a newspaper has been taken away because this newspaper is captured, it's censored, it's manipulated. The event which has to do with the cultural club in Bosilegrad, the Cultural Information Center, this situation, these repressions were not reflected in the Bulgarian newspaper, and we will not see them there. So there is what to achieve in the freedom of media and pluralism in the Republic of North Macedonia and in Serbia. I believe that until they reform the education system and until they work on the attitude through the media to Bulgaria and all the countries, I believe that the European future is delayed in time. Thank you.
Statement, I heard very, very interesting cases of the situation in the region, and two important things that you mentioned are the kind of media blackout and also the fact that the truth is missing. So I would like to turn to Vladislav with the thoughts on Maria's comments, and how do you think and how in your experience could we tackle this political influence on the media and also the censorship, self-censorship and disinformation that comes from that?
Здравейте и Доминика и Мария.
Good afternoon. Both Dominika and Maria put forward very interesting arguments on the issues of the media. What I think that the media, Bulgarian media in the region should strive for is to emancipate, to be independent, to be sovereign, autonomous from this, I hope, temporary model, postmodern model of Western journalism. This pressure that comes to our region, to our country, through the soft power of prestige, the idea that Western media, the English-speaking media, is so credible, so prestigious, so influential, so they cannot be wrong. They cannot be captured by some collective fury and spread misinformation and disinformation compared to our media that have a lot of issues to overcome. But I'm confident that to a large extent many of the big issues of today, despite all those issues, there is much more freedom in the Bulgarian media, in the regional media, freedom for criticism against what many people think is a quasi-religious authoritarian regime under the guise of equity and diversity. It's very difficult to find mainstream media in Western Europe and North America and the English-speaking world that can that criticize in detail those dogmas that are coming deus ex machina, dogmas on diversity. Bulgarian media, the media from the region, they find it easier to criticize. They criticize. Dominika gave examples of the situation in Cologne, the crimes, and I remember Der Spiegel and Klaus Alotti, who went to the US years ago to write on the election campaign, and he wrote total nonsense about the supporters of Trump. Those he described them as racists. Low-down people. And it turned out later that he was making things up. But this became clear when other citizens disclosed his manipulations and lies. So in the media themselves, they did not have the means to expose this person. So if it hadn't been for those ordinary citizens to expose him and show that he was lying, if it hadn't been for those ordinary citizens who are very often despised and frowned upon by the so-called prestigious media, if it hadn't been the case, this person would have continued writing in Der Spiegel about those racists, those racists who do not vote for the party that he likes. And after, of course, the credibility of the media after this situation, after this exposure, should not remain on the same level. But there is this awe of this awe to the Western media expressed by the Bulgarian media. As if the Western press, the Western media, they were infallible, and they're like modern preaching class. They're not here to quote statistics and facts when we talk about news, or present pluralistic opinions, diverging opinions when we talk about comments and analysis. No, they preach. They're a post-modern class of preachers using sacred words like diversity, equity, inclusion. Large Western media, when you look into their websites and you see their rubrics, apart from sports and news, very often, very many English-speaking media have sections like LGBT voices, like the news section, or diversity voices, or climate news, or climate catastrophe news. So more and more in the Western media, we can see open disinformation. We can see this paradigm that is immune to criticism. This is something that you cannot criticize. This is not something that you cannot disagree with. But I should say that here, such things are criticized in our media, and journalists, and the public discourse of the region. You can more often see open, frank discourse of ridicule against those hysterical rhetoric and narratives about the bad colonial past, the climate catastrophe, the oppressive patriarchal model, about the narrative that if we were not vegans riding bicycles, the planet would die. In Bulgaria, in the regional media, you can find authentic and justified criticism that against those religious dogmas imposed by the Western media that are imposed in a way that is that has less and less to do with reality, and we have to underscore that a critical part of those media, they behave like preachers, and the other thing that is related to this primitive expression of awe to the prestige of the Western media is the way in which Western giants sponsor Bulgarian media. For example, a while ago, we heard about an American Institute for Journalism that was funded by the the Department of State of the U.S. That would spread media literacy in Bulgaria, which means that they despise the media market in Bulgaria. What's the conclusion? We're so stupid, so illiterate that we have to be educated. And that's why there will be money for us through the official power, through the Department of State. And this is... but at the same time, we know that how many issues with the freedom of speech there are there. So this is the big challenge that the media from the region, the Bulgarian media, need to face up to in an open way and fight against it, because on the one hand there is some condescending, derisive attitude on the part of the large media and organizations to our information landscape as something very primitive, and on the other hand we have Bulgarian regional media elites that respect and show reverence to those heralds of Western heralds of the future, of the progress, and this is not just humiliating, but it's not true, because we know about this gender fixation, about climate hysteria, and we know the untruths told there. There are many more truths that are told here in this region. And when the truth is on our side, I think we can see victory as well.
Thank you so much, Vladislav. Indeed, very, very interesting remarks. And now, Natalia, I will address you as a lawyer and an activist. Which challenges, specifically legal challenges, have you encountered in your work, and which solutions, specifically legal solutions, could you suggest to the problems as we've seen with attacks on the media, with censorship, with a lot of political impact? So what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you so much, Yulia, for giving me the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yulia presented me as a lawyer, but I can tell you that, first of all, I think that I am a human rights defendant, and I am here as a defendant of journalists and defendant of freedom of mass media and pluralism of opinion. I heard from my previous panelists that in countries of Western Balkans, you, dear journalists, are faced with many problems with freedom of mass media, freedom of speech, and so on. And maybe I'll be surprising you, or you'll be shocked, but I can tell you that in Moldova, the freedom of mass media, the freedom of journalists, they are facing the same problems as in your countries. Maybe you didn't hear, but I'll tell you that last year our government took a decision to close 6 TV channels. And those TV channels, they weren't foreign TV channels, their owners weren't foreigners or something like that. Those TV channels simply were oppositional TV channels. And the biggest problem for the government, why did they close those TV channels? This is because those TV channels just criticized some of the governmental politics, inefficiency of governmental economical policies, and so on. So this was the only argument why to ban or to close 6 TV channels, just because those TV channels are oppositional TV channels, yeah? And those decisions wasn't adopted by legal court or based on legal maybe provisions. No, just a political decision has been taken and 6 TV channels was closed. And this year, recently, just 1 month ago, another 6 TV channels has been closed. And of course, it's a big problem because in Moldova, we just have one mass media, and this is governmental media. So, and you know that the freedom of speech isn't just the right to speak freely, but it's just the right of the consumer of this information to get all the information they want, and just to let people to choose the right information. Yes, I think that for the governments it's more important to pay attention not to maybe close inconvenient TV channels and programs and journalists, but maybe to invest in education and let people by education choose the right information. This is my point of view. And unfortunately, in Moldova, and as I can see in your countries, there are no effective legal mechanism that allow to protect journalists from being threatened. There are not efficient legal mechanism, mass media against this arbitrary banning or closing. For example, I can tell you that in Moldova, we have such an article in criminal code that criminalizing the illegally interference in the work of journalists. But this article has never been applied, no one has been accused by illegally interfering in the job of a journalist. I think that European Union should support and encourage our countries that are on their way to become members of the European Union to assure that each of those countries will adopt such a legal framework that will have a concrete guarantees for journalists, for pluralism of opinion, for freedom of speech. Because how governments tolerate unfavorable or critical voices is often an indicator how this government will respect human rights in general. I think that the most important value and of the European Union should be, and it is, a pluralism of opinion and a pluralism of media.
Thank you so much, Natalia. And before we conclude and move on to the coffee break, I would like to raise one more question to my dear panelists. And as some of the countries in the Western Balkans, and including Moldova, are still on their path to joining EU, and this event has been also organized in partial support of the EU Parliament, how do you see the European institutions playing a role as a safeguard of the media, of the right to free speech, to right to the right to free press? So I would like to invite you for 2 minutes each to give your kind of final thoughts on this.
I will be again critical because I don't think that the European institutions has moral right to be teacher. Because when you look on the censorship in the European Parliament, for example, it is the last institution who should teach anyone about anything. Even case of COVID pandemic, it was also not allowed to speak openly about this. And now there is a question of as I mentioned, changes of treaties, and it is another case. Vladislav mentioned about the question of LGBT, etc. Now, a few days ago, I received invitation for the workshops for the journalists how to describe European campaign election considering LGBT rights. And it's funny because it seems that it is the main topic in this election. Of course, we shouldn't go to the other point. We should, of course, not respect people who are not heterosexual orientation. Of course, we should respect everybody. Doesn't matter which orientation they have, but it shouldn't be like ideology. We should just describe a political campaign. It doesn't matter we are describing people who has blonde hair, who are homosexuals, who has black skin. It shouldn't be factor in this. So I'm a little bit afraid that European institutions are not the best one to teach anyone about values and especially about the question of media and freedom of media.
Thank you so much, Dominika. Maria?
I agree with Dominika. I believe that the European institutions, the European Parliament, the European Commission, in no way cooperate to have all these problems resolved, because all of the examples that I gave about everything that happened, the hate speech, the anti-Bulgarian rhetoric through the media in the Republic of North Macedonia, the media blackout in the Republic of Serbia, all of this in no way was taken into account in the report. The report didn't even mention all that I told you, the attack against Christian Pendikov, about the arson on the club. There was a joint committee, EU and the Republic of North Macedonia, which was held in the European Parliament, and there, what's more, there were MPs from the Republic of North Macedonia. Madam Peshevska, I will quote her, allowed herself to say there is a reason to have arsony on Bulgarian clubs, and the president didn't criticize her. There was no reaction. And there are examples of attacks, of breaching human rights in North Macedonia, including hate speech in North Macedonian media. We just saw that the European Commission, the European Parliament was inactive. There was no reaction.
Thank you so much. Natalia?
Yes, I trust in the effectiveness of European institutions, and I think that for Moldova it's now the most optimal moment because we are a candidate state to become a member of the European Union, and just the European institution and European Union has to put more pressure on our government in order to let them to respect those European values and European standards. And that's all.
Thank you. Okay, Vladislav.
Принципната ми позиция е, че
My general position is that bureaucrats should stay away from freedom of speech and the work of journalists, and journalists should not work as bureaucrats, but especially when we talk about today's bureaucrats, the critical majority of bureaucrats in Brussels, they have no business to regulate and determine the way the media speak, and not only the media but also ordinary citizens. I just want to recall the crazy administrative war that the European Commission is waging against Elon Musk and his platform, because he let more freedom of speech, and Vera Jourova, they jumped to their feet and said that if he does not comply with the strict regulations for freedom of speech of the European Commission, he will be fined, banned. This is crazy. So I think that today's political class cannot bear the responsibility and even think about what can and cannot be published in the media, and what freedom of speech means and hate speech means. And let's recall this shameful masochistic resolution that was supported. Actually, the few members of the European Parliament that did not support this resolution. They're the organizers of this event, and this was on the death of the U.S. criminal George Floyd. But this is a masochistic, shameful resolution that we are actually apologizing for the color of the white color of our skin, only because some criminal on the streets of Minneapolis was killed during his arrest. This is a resolution that condemns the history of our continent, and this means that today's political class, it should be admitted that this class has no capacity to and no right to speak about the freedom of speech.
Something. I wanted just on the end to tell one thing, because very often journalists who are critical towards the European Union, political leading by the European institutions, are accusing that they are working for Russia. That if you are critical towards the European Union institutions and the current policy, it means that you are supporting Putin. It is bullshit. Sorry for the word. And it is not true. We shouldn't also allow to treat us on this way. The same is, of course, with the politicians, because you can be in the same time critical towards Russia and critical towards the European Union, and of course even towards Ukraine or Israel. There is no saint cause, as we call in Poland, and we shouldn't allow for this. Sorry.
Thank you, Vlad, and thank you, Dominika. But in fact, before we end, we actually have one more speaker who is joining us online, and it's Jure. So, Jure, I apologize for calling you so late, but I still have to learn more about technology. So, would you like to share your thoughts on what we've discussed today about the situation in the region, and also kind of the role of the EU as a safeguard or not of the media freedom?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I hope the connection is good. I am sending you kind regards from Mostar, from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think the discussion was very competent and actually very interesting. I would like just to say a few words about Bosnia and Herzegovina, because in Bosnia and Herzegovina things are even more complicated when we are talking about these topics. For instance, I would say that there is a rather good freedom of speech, freedom of media in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the problem is that how much influential are the journalists and are the media. So it's a matter of the public trust in the media, which is declining globally and even so in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But I will just explain a few things about Bosnia and Herzegovina. So as far as Bosnia and Herzegovina is concerned, the fragmentation of the media scene is pretty big. It's actually large because we have three political societies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, three political publics. So we have Croat, Serb, and Bosniak publics, which are often in conflict with each other. In addition, within each of these three publics, we have different media streams, different currents. So everywhere there is position, there is opposition, and so on. So when you look at things that way, it can be said that in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have fairly plural media scene. At the first glance, it can be misleading. It can actually be very deceiving. So large media houses are mainly controlled by the large political parties. Newspapers and radio stations are slowly slipping to irrelevance, which leaves internet portals and also televisions, but internet portals as almost the only places where you can find the free media. So, but even then, there is a whole range of different media in the internet portal sector. Unfortunately, almost all major portals have fallen under political influence. Nevertheless, there are several website news outlets that are still independent and that actually show the way how to build a healthy media ecosystem. These are projects backed by enthusiasts who value freedom of speech and responsibility toward the public. So, but here we encounter the main problem. So such media are rarely supported by international organizations. They can hardly access the media market, which is a totally separate story. That means that these media work almost exclusively on the enthusiasm of people who run them. I think that if European Union wants to stabilize countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, then it should take a look at what kind of media they are financing. Because very often European Union is pouring funds into media outlets which are moving three societies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, three national communities, even further apart. So I don't think that should be something that European Union should want. So I think they should look at the end result of their action. So today in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have three completely separate and opposing societies, and the media contributes daily to that fact, that these societies continue to drift apart from each other. But I see the way out of this. I think that the creation and the support of the integralist media that will try to bring the three nations living in Bosnia and Herzegovina closer and not prolong and inflame their disputes should be the way. That said, I will just add a few more things that I heard other panelists are talking about. When I say that in Bosnia and Herzegovina there is a rather decent freedom of media, freedom of speech, I will have you example of COVID epidemic. So in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we could criticize everything regarding COVID epidemic, every measure, everything. There was no censorship, but the censor was Facebook and other social media platforms which are used to disseminate news. So the censorship actually came from US, from global media players, which have censored us inside Bosnia and Herzegovina. We did not censor ourselves, and nor was anyone was trying to censor us. But the global media players took upon themselves to censor us. So I would say that it's pretty complicated story, especially that the trust in the mainstream media is dwindling all over the globe. So I think that the future of the media is in the small newsrooms, which can be independent. I'm talking about 10, 20 people doing a really, really good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jure. And just for the last final remarks, is MEP Slabakov still with us on the line? Probably not. But thank you so much then to MEP for joining us. Thank you so much, Jure, for joining us online. And thank you so much to my dear panelists for coming and sharing your thoughts and giving so many insights into the media landscape in the region. It's been truly, truly interesting to hear about it. And so with that, thank you, our dear audience, for joining us today. And I guess we are free for another few minutes of coffee break. Thank you.
уважаеми гости. Надявам се се починали сте.
I hope you manage to recover some of your energy and you're ready for the final session. Before that, we'll have a wild card for our conference. The chair of Fratelli d'Italia and the Italian Monarchy Union, Fabio Recor, who is going to give us his viewpoint on the Western Balkans and the enlargement of the EU.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretariat, Organization Chart of the New Direction Foundation for European Reform, accredited authorities, European allies and friends present. The recent war alliance between Russia and Ukraine and the continent, between Israel and Palestinians in the Middle East, invite us to emerge from the torpor and bureaucratic and financial laziness that has characterized the European Union up to now and act in a political way, cultural and economic. Being anthropologically Greco-Roman on the acts of the Norman paternal side and the Norman on the maternal side, I hope for the return of the personal English cousins and entry of their Norwegian cousins for the Atlantic and Scandinavian completion. In the Balkans, the subjects of today's interesting geopolitical focus, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Moldova, Montenegro, Serbia, Ukraine, Georgia, Kosovo could and should organically complete the identify card as soon as possible European Union, making the residual parochialism on our eastern fronts vanish with the tensions and fires more or less fueled and staged by double agents who hate Europe and the West with a capital W. Cutting viruses, residual, liberal, neo-post-communists, liberalists and anarchists, two sides of the same monetary coin, through the universally organic doctrine, updating the works of Otmar Span, and oriented by our boreal compass, the culture identity. Our Europe cannot yet be forced to recite the script on the internal stage of the theater of the world as a clitoral subcontinent of Asia, or as a mere transatlantic branch of Wall Street, with unlimited marketed possibilities attached to the detriment of European sovereignty. What to do? Lenin's questions arise again. Our response will be qualitative, acceleration, and power, and only then quantitative. Our foundation have been and will always be the nations and the states which will amplify themselves with their different qualities in the federal summary. Cut the superfluous and anachronistic parliamentary set of Strasbourg, Federal Capital Brussels, European Commission, Council of the European Union, European Parliament single set. Luxembourg, Court of Justice of the European Union, Court of the Union, European Union, General Secretariat of the European Parliament. Lean and essential bureaucracy, a friend of our Europeans. Create a European defense system which gradually detaches itself from NATO, OTAN, without conflict with USA, and maintaining cooperation and alliance with the Atlantic Quadrant, which, in the diagonal from top to the top, south, east, northwest, is also ours. Build spaces of European autonomy in the military, energy, digital, and feels through the strengthening of European cooperation, promote the modification of treaties as regards the ECB and its role, European National Bank, in the context of sustainable development, which provides for political control of the economy. Establish a new European school of all types and levels, on a participatory basis which favors the exchange between European students on a linguistic and educational level on the basis of the common cultural roots. Choose an official language by means of a continental referendum: Italian, Roman Empire, French, Carolingian Empire, and German, Holy Roman Empire, to be elevated and combined with the national language into the site with the language of Bulgarian friends and allies. The European federal state should begin to constitute itself a welfare state. It will require a new treaty different from the treaty of 2004 and 2007. Probably only an organic and identifying vision will it be able to resolve the tension and fractures within the Balkans, increasing to 34 members, excluding Turkey, up to 36 with the potential entry into the Union of Georgia and Kosovo. The idea that everything must go well, leaving full freedom to individuality in the last century, the free market is comparable to the abolition of the rules for the circulation of the vehicles. It cannot work on a large scale. The private economy has grown to the point of affecting today billions of individuals. So, to avoid the failure of a bank or a large company, the state is forced to intervene. The planned economy does not fall into the abyss of the communism and the real socialism. On the contrary, the planning of the economy foresees the consistency and direction of plurality of economic forms and systems: the private economy, the market economy, the economy that provides for the collective needs, the economy of the classes will coexist of owners, of trades. There will be a social, state and municipal economy. There will also be space for capitalist enterprise. Whoever possessed by doctrinal obstinacy intended to deprive himself of even just of these multiple organizational forms will prove very foolish. The state should therefore act the mood of education in order not to educate minors and teach adults individualism and collectivism for the well-being of Europe and the West. I underline with the capital W. Because of civilization and culture, the multipolarism highlighted in the world by the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, has demonstrated their global desire to bring the confrontation wars to the European Union, the United States of America, and the United Kingdom, not only in political, cultural, economic, psychological, social, military, but in a not only cosmic way through the colonization of the moon, the solar system space, and the extraterrestrial post-colonial similitude of the African continent. In light of today's personal report here in Sofia, the completion of the Union of the United States of Europe with a powerful federal and organic architecture, but with solid national institutional foundation, the need for a qualitative and quantitative acceleration to be applied immediately after entry of the candidate Balkans nation, Turkey excluded.
Този много интересен доклад и във връзка.
After this interesting report, we have time for the last keynote speaker. This should have been the Emilia Regepi, the Deputy Prime Minister for Minorities and Human Rights in Kosovo. But due to the bad weather in Germany, her flight was cancelled this morning, and unfortunately she couldn't make it. I'm sorry, because she is always a very valuable guest at our events. However, on her behalf, let me hear her boss of the political cabinet will present a report.
Uvaženi gospodin Đambanski, u ime Vlade Republike Kosovo.
Mr. Jambanski, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Kosovo, I would like to thank you for the opportunity for the third year in a row to be a part of the organization of this event for the accession of the Western Balkans. Our engagement and desire to participate in the EU is not only ours, this is the desire of the European Union as well. This path is not only geopolitical or economic, this is the path towards prosperity. Kosovo and the other countries in the region is holding reforms and efforts in order to meet the standards of the activities held by the European Union. The reforms in justice are needed. This means to have independent judges and independent courts. We should have transparency and reduction of corruption, and so that the people of Kosovo can have more trust in the institutions. Economic development and stability, working for favorable environment for investors, and so that we could achieve economic growth, diversifying the economy and achieving stable economic growth. We're also working for regional connectivity and for strengthening the regional cooperation and resolving any outstanding issues with the neighboring countries, building peace and stability as a foundation for prosperity in the region. Our efforts have so far been seen. We have concrete results achieved. As of 1st of January 24, we have the green light for liberalization of the visa regime. I believe that this is a large step for our country and a success for our government. There has been a 10-year goal since the beginning of the independence. Our desire for joining the EU is not just ours. This is the vision for connection to the common European goals for stability and progress. So that all of us could join the EU as soon as possible. Let me underline the importance of multiplicity. Kosovo and the Western Balkans, as part of the European family, contributes to the diversity with their rich history and tradition. We hope that the European Union will embrace our tradition as part of the EU's tradition, because this diversity makes Europe a special place. We believe that joining the EU will need to be unified, because this diversity allows for various paths towards the same goal, which is membership to the EU. As a land in development, Kosovo is striving to build all aspects. However, very often it so happens that these European standards and criteria for some part of the society degrade the values so far. As a person dealing with development of the education system in Kosovo, I can say that we can see this in this part of the world. The use of unified matrices for the education system is a totally not working model. If we take a look at our past on the Balkans, our education systems weren't perfect. However, they were multidisciplinary, and this was so for generations. In this way, we could overcome all the crises we faced in the past 20 or 30 years. Yes, we need development. Yes, we need European future, but without doing away with our own values, which have been efficient even before the EU.
Thank you, Mr. Satie. And now we'll start the last panel. And I've always liked the last panel most of all. It's called Roundtable on the young political leaders from the region. We always try to gather young politicians, activists that are active citizens and from the Western Balkan countries. You know, this is a very dynamic region and there are a lot of divisions. And I think that this panel is a good opportunity to facilitate dialogue. And that's why I'd like to thank the European Youth Network for Democracy. And I'd like to give the floor to Enriquezzo, who is the deputy chair of the European Network for Young Democrats. He will be moderating the discussion.
Hello everyone, Enriquezzo, Vice President of European Democratic Youth Network. In fact, when I was preparing to moderate this panel, I was kind of preparing my speech, but I will start somehow different. It was very surprising to listen to all the panels before and to see their perspective from our country. All of us are representatives from Western Balkan countries. And was very interesting to listen their perspective for the issues and problems that we are facing each day in our lives. But more surprising and interesting is that no one of the speakers before has the, let's say, the interest to listen our perspective. Maybe they are going to follow us online, but this is kind of not, let's say, very the right way to talk about the Balkans, the Western Western Balkan in general. Anyway, I'm very shortly introduce the EDEN, which is one of the co-organizer of this Western Balkan Summit. EDEN, or European Democratic Youth Network, is a network established by the US side 5 years before, and is implemented with the collaboration of NDI and IRI, and our headquarters in Bratislava. We are in 23 countries in Central and Western Europe, and we have more than 500 members, youth members from 18 to 32, that are somehow the heroes of democracy. Our members are with different background. We have members of parliaments, we have members of boards, local institutions, we have youth policy advisor, youth policy decision makers, so we have from different backgrounds. We have also very heroes from Ukraine chapter that are in the front line of the war. We have the heroes of Western Balkan that fight for the democracy and for the, let's say, the future, the bright future of our region. Our main values are focused on anti-extremism, let's say respect each other, inclusiveness, and also the ethical behavior that is the highlight of our network. Also, we are very happy to have the newest chapter in Bulgaria. We have some of our friends here, and we hope that the journey of Eden will be bright and you are part of this amazing network that is increasing day by day, and now it's not just a network, but it's a movement for democracy. So I will start by introducing the panelists of the day, and then we are going to discuss some specific question for each of the panelists. Marcela Delia is UN youth delegate representing in Albania, also Eden Albania representative. We have Vedrana Vujovic, member of parliament in Bosnia and Herzegovina and also Eden ambassador. Idal Raveli, CEO of Activist Roots and Eden Kosovo ambassador. We have Zineta Husic, who is programmer by profession, political, let's say very interesting, and also Montenegro, Eden Montenegro representative. Blendi Hodai, who is CEO of the Forum for Educational Change and Eden North Macedonia representative. Also, Alexander Mijalovic, he is a lawyer, politically very active, running for election next year, and also Eden Serbia ambassador. Let's start maybe with discussing some of, and somehow make also a wrap up of what the other panelist has discussed, but also you can give your overview about the youth and the youth engagement in your country chapter, in your country. Sorry, we are used to say country chapters in Eden, but in our country. Let's start with Marcela. Maybe you can give an overview, and since you are part of very active younger in Albania, you can also give us a perspective of pluralism of media and how youth can contribute in this perspective.
Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, although I would like to, for me it would be even better to have more young people, more young perspectives here, and I actually thought that throughout the day I would have the chance to hear them and to talk more with them. Although, Enrique, actually it's hard to talk about pluralism, diversity, inclusion after all the panels held today. Anyways, I will give my perspective on that. Western Balkans country might be facing kind of the same challenges, although in different levels, and that also because they are in different stages of joining the EU. While I was thinking about the topic, I wanted to analyze every aspect of it. So I got into analyzing and thinking of other perspectives. And one of them that I actually wanted to stop was that since I was a child, my dad actually wanted me to be always updated with the media. So following the news, and he also made sure to advise me which newspapers to read and everything, so I would be away from fake news. Then in 2019, I got into law school, and in the first lectures that I followed, one of them was that for so many years I was learning the wrong things. That because in some cases there was a lack of professionalism coming from the journalist. So that's an aspect that should be also worked on. Not only, I'm not speaking only about the formal education, but going beyond that. I work a lot with young people, and when we do the trainings and workshops, we ask them in different topics, what are some things that you want to change and how can we change them? And in every case, we get this response that, oh, more funding, oh, a better law enforcement, eliminate corruption, and so on and so on. And then we ask them, no, right, sure, that we should do, but what can we do with the tools and capacities we have? And then they get to think of more creative ways on what should be done. So even in this case, there are so many things that we can do to improve media freedom and diversity. But one thing that I think it's the most important is that getting to include the young people more in this process, giving them more voice, hear them more, talk with them more, and give them the pen and the tools and capacities to let's say, to drive forward this process. So I would actually like to invite all Western Balkan countries to give young people the possibility to drive forward the process for a brighter future for all the Western Balkan countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcela. It was a very good overview, and your experience in Albania with the civil society and the youth activism is amazing. So congratulations not to you, but all the panelists that we have a very high contribution in the youth activism. To follow the questions that we have today, Vedrana, if you could please share with us, as a member of parliament, your perspective in Bosnia and Herzegovina, youth engagement, but especially the role of the youth in the EU process, with the focus of migration, security, and the foreign influencers.
Thank you, Henrik. Hello, everyone. Well, it's a very tough question, to be honest. But thinking about young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the Western Balkans in general, I truly believe that the main focus needs to be on the education to cover all the security, migration, also any kinds of challenges that we are facing on everyday basis, even on local or on state level or on a regional level. So education is definitely number one. Number two, in the context of media and understanding media content, even in traditional way, also on social media, is critical thinking. And there is also part of the educational system, both formal and informal. So I completely agree with Marcela how important it is to get more, to invest more into young people, not just in young people when it comes to politics, election and stuff, etc., but also to find a way to engage them during the early age, because if we are looking outside and we are looking, our kids are like members of our community, they are already online, they know better, even if 5-year-old kid today is online on YouTube, consuming any of these kinds of content. So that is definitely one of the ways about being like this observer. Also, trying to find a way to engage young people and civil society in general into the decision-making process. In context of Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's very hard to do that because decision-making process is connected and reserved primarily for the political parties. And to be honest, not everyone needs to be in political party. It doesn't have to be. There is so much great people in technology, in business, in civil society. But we all need to raise awareness about how to be active citizen. There is something that you also are coming back to the education, because you need to learn that during your during period of growing up, during your formal education, preschool, high school, whatever, university, how you actually how you are becoming active citizen. Also, migration and security. These are the aspects when you're taking care of yourself, like individual. You need to learn more about how to work actually taking care of the security aspect. It's not just like a physical security, but also security of your existential, like your work, like your maybe property, and in general the security of your future. And you definitely can do that by investing in yourself. Of course, you need to have support and you need to have opportunities, because I truly believe that when you have a bunch of young people, especially in Bosnia, that doesn't have opportunities, because we are a deeply divided country, deeply divided society, and if someone lives, for example, in Sarajevo, doesn't have the same opportunities as someone living in Mostar or Banja Luka or some different city or municipality. And I think there is actually the same or similar in the whole Western Balkans, because we are all countries on everyday struggling on everyday basis with the same problems, challenges. But to be honest, especially in the context of young people, even though we are coming from the different political, different countries, different maybe political affiliation, different backgrounds in education, in religion, in language, on an everyday basis, we are struggling with the everyday problems. We have same problems, but also the most important thing, even lots of things are, we have lots of challenges and differences between us. We definitely have more in common how to resolve all these things. And these things are definitely EU full-time membership, EU standards, EU values, and that is definitely number one, and how we all can not just become part of the EU, but also to become have its values in our own countries, so we can be representatives and to be a relevant political factor in the region, but also in the EU eventually.
Thank you, Vedrana. It's a fact that young people in Western Balkans are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. Some of them are in each of our countries, and it's not only Bosnia that the youth are not very included in the decision-making process, but I think all our countries has the same issues. And since we're talking about issues and challenges, maybe for a perspective from Kosovo can be how the young people can oversee those challenges, which can be some of the projects or initiatives that we can help the youth in this perspective, since you also are the CEO of one organization that is related to the project that you are implementing and related with the youth people.
Thank you, Enric, and hi everyone. It's my pleasure to be part of this panel, and also is the only panel today that have 6 countries of Western Balkan. This is the way how we are planning through our project to have diversity and flexibility to find opportunities together with youth, to be active citizens. Our organizations which are based on activism and citizen engagement is looking forward together with the youth to find these ways through initiatives, not only national initiatives but also regional and local initiatives, because together with different organizations with Berlin process, but also from collaboration with Western Balkan countries, we are looking how the youth can be together, because we should know that the youth is the present and the future of this region. We are looking at different challenges of the youth, but if we want to find the same one in Western Balkan, is migration. Young people are going out of our countries, and we are looking, and we should looking through our projects to find opportunities from entrepreneurships, through organization, through being active, and to be part of different initiatives and projects to follow up activities to stay in their countries and to have productive way how to productive work to do inside their countries and together with others. Our region is always like look in different, but it's not. It's something is not different with Europe, which is active citizenship. We are working on that. Also here from Marseille and others, we are together to look how to be active citizens in different fields, not only in our fields or entrepreneurship field. We can work also for eco field, a lot of fields, which is double win, because one, young people can be active as citizen, but also to contribute in other fields. Together with in different countries, we are raising the number of active people from different parties, but also civil society. Because civil society in Western Balkans is very, very important, because through their project, but also through their activities, can find how to make possible flexibility and diversity to be available all the time, even in political parties, and to sit together, civil society and political parties, to find the best opportunity what to do with the young people, or together with young people. We have a lot of youth exchange programs, which are also from European Union departments and agencies. And we have to use our young people, not use like a thing, but to try together with young people how to get all the benefits, or mostly the benefits, from this program and projects. One of it is, for example, Erasmus, which most of us youth, but also Western Balkan, together with RICO and RCC Regional Cooperation Council, can find opportunities to be together and to look how to make this region much better for the youth. Because I'm in the end, and I'm going back how I start. Don't forget that the youth is present in the future. Common future that we must have is the future EU with EU values. Not only to be part of EU, but also EU values. And it's important for us to raise capacities of everybody and to accept European Union values to be part of us, and us to be part of it. So hope we will work all the days, all the years, and hope it will be as soon as possible to be part of the European Union, because it's along the path which is much better for every country, but also for our region.
Yeah, working in parallel, all of the stakeholders in Western Balkan, it will be a step forward to the EU integration. And then now we will have a Montenegro perspective from Zineta, but please, if you can share with us something about the minorities and human rights, and how youth and young people can contribute to those two fields in the aim of EU integration, but also how, if you can add something also about the cybersecurity and how you see those two components in Western Balkan. I add cybersecurity for your background, so maybe it's an issue that we are facing each day now.
Thank you, Enrico. Thank you all for having me. First I would like to reflect a little bit on a few previous panels, because I am the only one representative from the Montenegro, even though I'm come in front of the Eden. In terms of EU enlargement and the processes that have been conducted in Montenegro, we have done a huge process, and we've been a leader for a certain period comparing to the other Western Balkan countries. But in the past 3 years, we have had some internal issues that have forced us to marginalize the EU accession processes. But we have had 3 governments in 3 years. But this year, hopefully, on the top of the agenda again, EU accession will be in Montenegro. It's also important to reflect on the history of European and how that history reflects on the Western Balkan countries in terms of the second layer that imposes the regional cooperation with potential future members of EU, and that is regarding the if we reflect on the history of European Union, we will see that European countries have been united over economic issue at the first place. So that is the path that the guiding principle that can be taken by Western countries, where we can get united, even though we are very diverse, that we can get united over economical issues. For example, Montenegro is very dependent on Serbia in terms of importing goods, and for example, we are very dependent on Bulgaria in terms of transit of energy, of the power to the other European countries. So that could be a guiding principle, and we, as a new generation of politicians, we can really use this principle to lead the Western Balkan countries towards the European Union. Firstly, it's in our best interest to join European Union as a package, but not exclusively. If some country didn't do homework to put European processes high in agenda, then Montenegro, unfortunately, will again took place as a leading country for European enlargement. The second panel was about security, migration, and foreign influences. Okay, it's important to understand that now in the government we have a political party that is somehow indirectly putting a pro-Russian agenda in Montenegrin internal affairs, but hopefully that can be controlled by the internal mechanisms and the government itself. We can also reflect on some foreign interference. First one is Russian, which can be through ideology and political parties, but the second one is from China. We have heard about the case of highway in Montenegro. Yes, that loan is mitigated throughout some additional loans to refinance it, but we still have some certain questions that are not addressed in terms of what arbitrary court in Peking would do in case that Montenegro does not comply its obligation towards the Exim Chinese bank. So we still have these new form of enslavement imposed by China and Chinese government in Montenegro that can be easily addressed just by being not so independent on foreign investments, and we can shift towards other sources for the second and third project for this highway. The third panel was about remind me again, sorry. Media. Okay, media. We in Montenegro we did very good homework regarding media. We have had deeply polarized media in Montenegro. Even we at one point at the time we have had so many attacks on journalists in Montenegro, and those attacks are still in courts. But since the courts were not fully functional until this year, hopefully in the next period these issues can be resolved. That is my optimistic opinion. Okay, now regarding the question, first from my background and regarding the cybersecurity, yes, we are very vulnerable as small countries. Small information technology systems are very affected, but what we can do, we can use best practices from bigger European countries, apply those standards in our internal systems, but this process is very expensive. It's important to address the need towards the European Union to create a specific line of a package, a financial package towards the Western Balkan countries to address the infrastructural needs for information technology to reduce the vulnerability of our internal systems towards the cyber attacks. And one question also is regarding minority and human rights. It's important to stress that Montenegro has a very unique constitution where all the people are directly named in the constitution. So I, as Bosniak, I come from a Bosniak minority, but since we exist in the constitution, we are constitutional people. But there is the one point: Montenegro in its constitution is a state of civil, not state of the people. So we are slightly different from Bosnia, and we are step ahead over Bosnia. So we are not imposing quotas over certain national groups, over certain ethnicities. We are imposing our basic human needs and our rights as a citizens. So that is a very good point for Montenegro. I hope that we will keep going towards to enforce the pillars for state of civic and to shift away from this new agenda to convert Montenegro to the state of the people. And that would be it. And regarding the human rights, also just to give one point. Okay, I'm very pleased with the position of Montenegro in terms of human rights, because we have had as a diverse country, we have high set of tolerance in the country. That's why I think that human rights are very well respected in Montenegro. Thank you.
Thank you, Zineda. In fact, as far as I know, all the Western Balkan countries, mainly those years are focused in the human rights, also with the help not only to the EU, but also to the US organizations such as UNDP or other organizations. So we have, so it's,
UNDP is our biggest partner in these processes.
So it's good to know that all we have somehow the same experience with those organizations, and we are now in this phase that we are. And now on perspective from North Macedonia, Blendi, maybe you can give also, since you are engaged in the educational sector, you work for an organization that the main topic is education. I work on education in my real job, and I know how crucial education is for youth people. So if you can say something also regarding the education, but also for the engagement of youth in North Macedonia.
Enric, thank you so much for the question. I'm very honored to be here with all of you in Sofia and to get to know you and to discuss about the mutual problems that we face as young people in the region. And during the previous panels, one thing that what I did during taking notes where I wanted to intervene, but we didn't have the Q&A, so better that we didn't intervene.
Yeah, we will have, so.
Yes, but usually when you have a group of people from the Western Balkans and you have Q&As, that's one step towards a conflict. So maybe that they did it on purpose to not have Q&A, so we wouldn't enter a huge debate. Anyways, why education is important is for me because I've been engaged in the civic sector from 2017. And the reason why I felt that always is important is because in my beliefs, I think that the education is the spine of every nation. So the better education means you have a better nation. More educated, more developed, that can face all the challenges that our countries have, right? But what is the problem so far with the education system in all of our countries, let's say in the Western Balkans, is that our education system is in a stage of emergency. Basically, we have an outdated education system that is not producing what is supposed to produce. If you make a comparison, if you read desk research, what others have conducted some research to see what are the actual market needs versus what are the skills that we are acquiring in the educational system, there is a very huge gap. Basically, what we learn in school and in university is totally and completely different from what the market today needs. So basically, the education system that we have right now is totally outdated, expired, and it doesn't serve any purpose right now. The other huge problem that is, I will put the education system in the context of the conflicts and in the context of the Western Balkans, because it's a very important part that we should always discuss. The reason why so many countries today are not past of what has happened of the conflicts is because of the education system. Why? Because analyze every education system that you have in the region, including Bulgaria, including Greece, not only Western Balkans 6, you're going to see that you have state-sponsored hatred in the history school textbooks. You learn in the history classes, in primary school, in high school, that some ethnic groups that are our neighbors, they are this, they are that, you don't like them, they are not very good. Forget about them, we need to hate them. So the government, the country, gives money to make textbooks that the new generation are reading, and these textbooks, school history textbooks, are full of hatred for one another. That is one of the problems that why we are still having the conversation of, will we gonna have again a conflict in the Western Balkans? Will we gonna have again war in the Western Balkans? The reason why we are still discussing this is because you have systematic hatred towards different ethnic groups in the school history textbooks in every country. The second thing, because this is not the way forward for us. We cannot move forward if we don't sit and discuss all these differences that we have. So for that, we need to have a, let's say, narrative configuration. The organization that I'm executive director is called Forum for Educational Change in North Macedonia. And what we have started to propose to the European Union institutions is that they should start helping the region by creating a pan-Balkanic academia that will revision the history textbooks in the Western Balkans 6 and will work towards improving the current environment that we already have. And that is basically based in the historical differences that we have based on narratives that we learn in school and through our history books that we have in our respective country. So the whole idea is this for the Pan-Balkanic Academy is that we should always debate for the historical narratives of the events, but we should never debate about the historical values, historical events and dates. You cannot, for example, debate did something happen in 1943 when we all know that something like that happened. But we should discuss the narratives that 6 or 7 countries have on that topic. Why we think as an organization this is important and why this is something that we are pushing is because through this we can avoid having a scenario of Russia and Ukraine conflict within the Balkans. The moment that we're going to sit, we're going to create a pan-Balkanic academia, but be careful here why I'm saying pan-Balkanic academia. Right now what is happening, speaking of the situation between North Macedonia and Bulgaria, I'm not going to go into the details of it, but what is the main problem here is that the people that are talking about the history of the conflict are not historians, are the politicians. Sit with them, ask about the history of both sides, know nothing. And yet they still continue and they tell to you the differences between the conflicts that we have. So if we want to resolve most of the conflicts that we have within the region, we need to let the historians do the job, not the people that don't know a gram of historical events that has happened in the region. Give them the floor to give us historical lessons that they don't know anything about it. That is a very important thing as well. So in the end, just to conclude, I think that, and I really congratulate the idea of organizing the Western Balkans Summit in Sofia for one important reason, because North Macedonia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia, and all other countries that are aspiring to be member of the European Union, they don't have anyone from whom they can learn what is the process of EU accession talk, what we should do. So I think Bulgaria should change the position of being a mentor to all our countries on the road to the European Union, instead of trying to put veto on the countries through the accession talks. So I think they should, Bulgaria should have a more, let's say, a mentorship role and tell us, okay, 10 years ago when we had the accession talk, we did this, maybe we learned something from this experience, we are telling you, you should do this. And that will be very helpful for the future of the region. And to conclude, I've been in so many trainings regarding the conflict resolution, and there's something very interesting that you learn, is that you can always change your family. You can change your family if, I don't know, if you are a victim of domestic violence. You can just, you have institutions, you just say, I don't think that I want to be a part of this family, right? You can always change your friends, but you can never change your neighbor. The neighbors, you cannot choose the neighbors who are going to be. We want it or not, we don't want our neighbors. We think sometimes they are very noisy. We want to sleep at 10 p.m. There's nothing you can do. There's no way you can change the neighbor. So that is the quote that I would want to conclude on today's panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Blendy. It was very interesting, your point of view regarding the regarding the education, and especially for the history, that how our governance, or let's say institutions that having the control of the education system transmit the history. It was an open discussion also in Albania, not only for the history but also for the quality of textbooks that kids are using nowadays. They have changed, they have moderated the textbooks, but the expert of education now, they are very kind of not really liking the idea of what the quality of these textbooks is. So for sure it was a very good perspective, and thank you. And since we have those problems we are facing with a lot of the difficulties in our region, maybe from Serbia and Alexander perspective of how we can be a better region, how youth can contribute to a better region nowadays.
Well, thank you for that question, but firstly I just have to correct you what you said in the introduction. The elections in Serbia are not next year, they are in 2 weeks. So, but yeah, for the region, I don't think that there is actually a potential right now for the conflicts as we saw in the past. There is just nobody that is capable of large-scale wars or something like that. Minor conflicts are possible due to national hate and things like that, but I don't think that we have like a potential for wars that we had. But I think that the first thing, if you want to be a better region, the first thing is we need to respect each other. And this is something that we actually talk in this panel. It might seem obvious, it might seem easy, just respect your neighbor. But unfortunately, we had events during the 90s here, and there is a lot of propaganda that was going on in all of the countries. And unfortunately, those events were not manufactured by journalists or something like that. Those were real events. We had wars, we had war crimes, we had ethnic cleansing, we had victims on all sides. This is something that is painful for all nations, and it is really difficult for everybody to just move on. But the good thing is time passes by, whether we like it or not. Time passes by, and with time things, and especially emotions, fade away. And that I believe this is actually a good thing. Now, the bad thing is that we have politicians who are not always responsible. So often we have political parties that are essentially populist, that are nationalist, that are playing on that card of nationalism when they want to score easy political points. You just need to say, like, these people are our enemies. They hate us, and they want to destroy our culture, our history, our tradition, and people will stand by the flag, and support the ruling political party, whichever party that is. And this is irresponsible, and this do not bring respect in the region. So this is a real problem, and respect in the region between young people, well, between everybody, but especially young people, is a precondition for better cooperation. Now, once we have that precondition, I believe that we have three main areas that we need to talk about and think about. And the first one is economic development. So I remember when I was the first year of the faculty of the law, I was doing some job and we had a seminar and we had guests from Croatia. And this was actually the first time I met somebody from Croatia. So they came to us, they were talking about business, they were talking about success stories, things like that. And I was surprised, like, they don't hate us. They want to share knowledge with us. So this is when I realized, when we earn money together, there is no hate. When we earn money together, cooperation is not only possible, but it is natural. So this is the first thing that we need to think about. And I think the current events in the world actually are in our favor. We are in the middle of fourth industrial revolution. One of the characteristics of the fourth industrial revolution is decentralization. And we saw it through the pandemic, that many jobs can actually be done from home. And many jobs can be decentralized. And I think this is the opportunity for the region, because we are already connected. We are close geographically. We have similar language, similar culture. And this is just natural cooperation. And I think this is an actual opportunity for especially my generation. All the generations are still stuck in the mindset that you find a job, work 40 years on that job, and then go to the pension. Our generation and younger generations they have different mindset, and yeah, I think that the economy is something that will just come naturally to us. The second thing that is very important is cultural exchange. As I mentioned, we do have similar cultures, similar languages, but we are still stuck in that myth of the 90s of the enemies. And as a colleague of mine mentioned, like in history books, like this group of people, well, they are not worthy as we are. This is a reality. So we need to travel. We need to meet other cultures, other people, especially in the region. It's not that expensive to travel around the region. And I think it should be done in a large scale. So either as government or NGO programs, this is a way how can we bring young people together. Because once you actually meet people and you talk to them, yeah, we can still agree to disagree on certain topics. But then you can see from first perspective, from your point of view, that those are people just we are. We maybe have some different opinions, but still we can talk to each other. And I'm from Serbia. There is a colleague from Kosovo. Last night we had a discussion, and it was civilized discussion. We eventually agreed to disagree, but yeah, it was an actual honest discussion. So cultural exchange is the second thing, and maybe the most important thing. I mentioned irresponsible politicians. We need responsible politicians. Now we have a generation of young people seeing what is wrong with the world. We have general tendency in the world that people have less and less trust in political parties. It's going on here, and it is partially justified. So we need to bring back that trust, and we have to do it in a responsible way. So we need young people who will have the vision of this region. Now, this region will be united. This region will be part of the European Union. This is not a question. The only question is when. And we can either try to stop that process, try to block that process, or we can actually do everything that we can, that is in our power, to make it faster. Right now, unfortunately, we see, we heard several times today that countries should not block other countries, should not set conditions, things like that. But at the same time, the Croatian speaker at the first panel, he said Bosnia will not become a member of the EU while certain conditions are met. I know from some different seminars that Montenegro will have problem with Croatia about one part of the territory called, I believe, Prevlaka. Yeah. North Macedonia, formerly known as former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia, had to change the name. I'm not from Macedonia, but I don't like that. So we are setting conditions. We are blocking each other. Now, some of these things we can influence, and we need to do it like from the domestic level. Like we have to set the example. We have to be the one that we say, okay, let's do things differently. So yeah, I think that if we have responsible politicians, and if we know where we are going, if we have clear vision, the answers are really easy. Like, we will live better. And I believe that the job of every government is to be service for the people, to make sure that people who live in a certain territory live better. And if this is our goal, and it should be, then the answers are really easy. The regional cooperation is just a natural thing, and it will enhance lives of everybody living in this region.
Thank you very much, Alexander. It was very clear, and your three suggestions were very promising for our region, especially the culture exchange. We have to focus, and we as young people can do it. We don't need the government, we don't need the institution to talk with each other, to exchange our opinion, and only to listen each other. Let's start us, and then we can ask the government to do these things. We have prepared also, because one of the main problems that we are facing nowadays is brain drain. Since the panels was postponed, maybe very short, if someone want to add something about brain drain and how we can contribute to stop this phenomenon in our region. Very shortly, because I think that everyone is very tired. It's the end of the day, and we need some rest. But since we have planned no more than 1 minute for each other. So.
If I can start.
Okay.
Well, definitely how we can contribute, how we can fight against brain drain is creating the opportunities to have our own people in our own country growing, making businesses, be more progressive. That's the main reason. And before that, we need huge steps, lots of steps that we need to make. When I said we, I mean the state, the country, the people, the politicians, everyone, because responsibility is on everyone. And there is to create safe environment for the investments, for the opportunities, for the economy growth, and to create a great environment where everyone will be happy, safe, have the having these kinds of making yourself as you really belong to your country and to the region.
Yeah. So yeah.
I support my colleague. Also, I'm thinking the same. We should remove the barriers. We should remove the blockade. We have a lot of walls which are between us that we have to remove. For example, Bosnia and Kosovo should remove that part of visa. We need visa to go to each other. Or, for example, to businesses, Serbia should remove that part that you can put Republic of Kosovo there in your documents. So we should remove these walls to have more opportunities and to have more ways how to cooperate with each other.
Marcela?
Okay, so first of all, I agree with everything, especially that Vedrana said. And one thing, actually, just 2 months ago, I was doing a tour in different cities of Albania and talking about migration. And at the end, we did a session to inform young people for the opportunities they have to get engaged, to work, to start their startup business and everything in Albania. And we actually were surprised that how young people had no idea how many opportunities exist. And when we were showing them through the PowerPoint, every moment they were like, wait, I want to save that, I want to try that. So one other thing is that besides creating all the opportunities and facilities for them, the other step is also to inform them that these opportunities exist and are there for you and motivate them to apply.
Yeah, thank you. Zineta?
Okay, I would just thank you all for your brief information about your opinion. Okay, regarding the Montenegro, that can also, everything that I say can be reflected on each Western Balkan countries. We have a prior EU accession brain drain that is more likely reflect on the less skilled workers. So that is inevitable. We cannot avoid that because we still haven't created economical standard that can accomplish and meet their existential needs. The second point is at the point when we access European Union, there will be a brain drain for the highly skilled workers. That is also inevitable in first year of the membership. But lately, we can, throughout the economical improvements, create satisfying economical standards for highly skilled workers to keep living in Montenegro. So that will be my point.
Thank you. Blendi?
Very shortly, so the problem with the brain drain is a huge topic, but shortly, the brain drain is only the tip of the iceberg of other problems. How we can change from brain drain to brain gain is if the countries develop good education system, good health system, you have rule of law. You also have good democratic culture and values within the countries, and also a space where young people have lots of opportunities. But what is the role of young people here? Is that young people need to be more demanding. In the Western Balkans, also in Bulgaria. They need to be more demanding for their needs and for their problems, and the young people they must keep accountable all the politicians that they have. Why? Because this is the most important thing, and I'm gonna finish here, is that we should never be scared of causing offense, but we should be scared of not being hurt. So, pardon my French, that means that we should never give an F if we are offending some politicians, because they are in the first place in that position to meet the needs of the citizens, but we should always give an F if they don't hear what are our needs and what do we want within this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yeah, well, we did recently research between young people. What is the number one reason for leaving Serbia? And number one reason is expectedly economical reasons, right? But following closely on the second place is actually rule of law, and something that we call partocracy, which is basically that you need a political party membership card in order to get a job, in order to achieve anything. This is really huge problem in Serbia, and but yeah, this is solvable. This is characteristic to Serbia, and it is solvable by changing the government, which is not easy, but it is solvable. Now, the much deeper problem of brain drain that is characteristic for the whole region is actually, what we actually need to do is we need education. We need education for the 21st century that is flexible, adaptable, not for the present jobs, because we are still stuck in the 20th century. We need to be adaptable for the future jobs, to follow the future job market. This is not easy. We need complete reform, and this is not easy. I mean, this is not even in the developed countries. They are struggling with this, and this is really a huge challenge, but it is #1 job if we want to actually keep the people in this region, because we are lucky that people have tendency to stay in a country where they are born. We just need to provide them with opportunities, as panelists before me said. But I think before the economic opportunities, we need educational system.
Yeah, thank you very much. I totally agree with education. It's a field that I work and I know better, and we for sure have to change the way how we see the education in Western Balkan, but I think broader than that, because it's traditional one, it's not focused in something new and what the market wants, especially for the future. I want to thank you everyone, to give a very short close remark from our panel. Eden is committed to promote leaders, young leaders, also to create opportunities for trainings, for mentorship programs for young leaders that want to change not only the Balkan but also all the countries that they are represented. It's a fact that at least 1/3 of Western Balkan population is young, and governance institutions should focus more in not to do reform or political things for the youth, but to include young people in the decision making, and they have to change their future. To close, I will steal my organization motto. We say that the future is today, and really future is today for the Western Balkan, and the youth is the opportunity that future can be today. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers.
Thank you too, Eric. Once again, this panel has been my favorite. You know, it's at the end of the day, and usually it's a bit more tiresome, but I think that the youth flair that you're bringing, guys, it's great, and I speak on behalf of everyone when I say that we're looking at a panel of future leaders, perhaps in the region, so I hope that this cooperation that you've established today and the connections will continue beyond this conference. And I have to say that this is the end of our 6th Western Balkans Summit. And I certainly hope that I'll see you all next year for the 7th edition with more progress to share and more good practices and good experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you.